cloud operating system and compiler distance. Thank you, ma'am. We welcome you. Over to you. Yeah, I will share your screen. Wait.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am,
Yes,
is it fine? Is it visible to you?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You can start, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah. So, good morning to one and all present here. In this session, I'm going to discuss about an open API architecture for providing trustworthy explanation of cloud AI services. So this is the agenda of our today's session, which covers about some introduction about cloud services and what do you mean by the cloud AI services particularly, and why do you need explainable AI in the context of cloud AI services. And microservice architecture, we have to develop architecture, we have to integrate XAA with cloud AI services, how to develop that architecture in terms of microservice architecture, and what are the research challenges associated with that, and what are the important or necessary components in the XAA services architecture, and how to design API design for that, and we are going to cover about data provenance of XAA operations so that our XAA operation should be traceable and reproducible, and finally we have a conclusion. So in terms of cloud, we already know the cloud is having compute and storage servers, and which is hosted in third-party data centers anywhere in the world. The user can access those services in computing facilities as a utility services. Here, the utility services means the traditional utility service we have. Telephone, internet, electricity as a utility. So use the services based and pay based on their usage. Similarly, in cloud computing, the user avail computing facilities as a utility services. The computing means either it may be a computing facility or it may be a storage facility. Anything is entire computing infrastructure can be availed as a utility services to the user. The user pay the services based on the usage. The fundamental cloud feature is the user can avail those computing facility as a service through anywhere, anytime by means of any device. That means user can access the device by using laptop or desktop or even their mobile phone. So this is the beauty of our cloud services. So user access cloud applications over the internet. The cloud internet is the main thing to access the cloud services. So running the cloud services can be run on either public infrastructure or it may be a private infrastructure. The public cloud can may offered cloud services are public to the users, but private cloud is meant for the single organization. Even the organization can develop their own cloud for handle their purposes. And the cloud apps designed as a multi-tier apps. We have front tier, middle tier, and database app tier and database tier. This either you may think that these servers can be these tiers can be deployed in single server. The single server can be offered as a can be user can access. But the thing is, the benefit of hosting cloud is once you host it on the single server, you host your application on the single server, all the maintenance and everything is handled by yourself. You have to handle yourself. But in the cloud, all the things, either auto scaling, fault tolerance, optimal placement of service, everything is network management, all the management of your applications can be handled by the cloud service provider. Here the auto scaling in the sense, based on your workload. Suppose consider stock market application. During daytime we have a lot of usage, and during nighttime we don't have any usage. So depending on the usage of the cloud client side, the cloud provider can instantiate more VMs or more servers to handle your workloads. Or suppose if uh, during less time usage, the cloud provider shut off the remaining servers so that to ensure optimal usage. Okay, so auto scaling, fault tolerance, even if failure of one server, suppose you are you have dedicated one. Is cloud is a multi-tenant architecture, we know already know. The one VM is entirely dedicated to you. Suppose if that particular VM is failed, the service provider immediately migrate those VMs to the another VMs, instantiate another VMs and migrate those applications running on that VMs to the another VMs without any disturbance. The user don't feel any downtime. So that is the live VM migration fault tolerance mechanism. And optimal placement of servers. VMs are scattered on different servers. So in ensuring the optimal usage of the servers, all the VMs scattered on different servers can be packed into a few servers so that the remaining servers can be unused. All the powers utilized by the unused servers can be switched off. In this way, the provider ensures optimal placement of the servers and network configuration. Everything is done by the provider. The user no need to bother about the maintenance and infrastructure cost. This is the ultimate objective of the cloud computing. So the functionality available from cloud management software, we have seen a lot of cloud management software is available. That is Open Nebula, OpenStack, Eucalyptus, and etc. Next. So we have cloud infrastructure. How this cloud infrastructure can be used? So many ways can to expose the cloud to the user or developer. Traditionally, we have three services, that is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. So infrastructure as a service, the cloud provider exposes cloud infrastructure, that is VMs, storage directly to the cloud users. That is entire infrastructure is dedicated to the cloud user. Developer installs the application of their choice. So entire VM is dedicated to you based on your you have 8 GB memory and 4 CPU cores and 100 GB internal hard disk, and everything is dedicated to you. Developer install bare metal as a bare metal. Okay, the developer install their application of their choice and develop their own applications. Here the provider part, the provider handles VM lifecycle management, that is placement of VMs on the servers. All the infrastructure management can be done by the provider. Once infrastructure is dedicated to you, the remaining responsibility for handling app development and handling user size, everything is user side. So this is a hassle-free management of compute and storage, and a flexible usage based on your usage. Pay as that is we already mentioned that it is a pay as you go model. So examples of infrastructure as a service is Amazon EC2 exposes virtual services to the user. Amazon simple storage services exposes basic cloud storage, and Amazon, Azure, Google Cloud, DigitalOcean, all those things provide as an infrastructure as a service. Next one. Next, platform as a service. We have VM on bare. We have necessary software have been installed to the on top of that bare metal to so that the developer can develop their own applications on it. Okay, so the cloud in platform as a service, cloud provider sets up software and the VMs and exposes the infrastructure plus software bundle to the users or developers. The clients can develop their uses those API, okay, software API, and develop their own applications. For example, provider exposes the API for web server development so that the developer can develop web server, then host lot of applications on it. So provisions VMs and storage for the app and maintaining the application software, necessary software, dependency software, all those scaling of application tier, all this handled by the cloud provider. Only installation and development of the software and maintenance about their exposing the interface to the user client user side is the responsibility of the application developer. All this maintenance based on the client demands, instantiating that basic software dependency updation and storage maintenance and infrastructure maintenance, everything is handled by the cloud service provider. So when a developer only focuses on the application logic, easier to build cloud applications software, but lesser flexibility over the year infrastructure. Okay. Then examples is Amazon Elastic Beanstalk provides API to build cloud applications, automatically deploys them onto EC2 instances. EC2 instance Elastic Computing Cloud is an infrastructure as a service. So this automatically deploy their applications onto the Amazon EC2 instances. Google Cloud App Engine, Heroku, or other examples. Next one, software as a service. Cloud provider install useful software on the cloud and let users access the software directly. So here entire infrastructure software develop the software, all the facility is available, is provided as a service to the user. The user just log into the service, meet their credential requirements, just log into that, agree the terms and conditions and everything, that use the services, use the software and pay the software based on their usage. User no visibility into the cloud infrastructure. User no visibility about where the service is located, how the services are, complete abstraction is managed by the cloud service provider. We user don't know anything about that variability of the cloud services. Okay, application service not hosted directly by the enterprise, but on the everything is handled by the cloud service provider. Okay, examples Google Docs, we are using Google Doc and Google site presentation, Office, Gmail, everything is an example of software as a service. We know we are not as a client, we are just using the service. We are not bothering about how the Google Doc is developed, where the location of the service, what is the configuration of each services, what is the configuration of each service. We don't know as a user, we no need to bother about service maintenance and infrastructure and everything. Everything is handled by the cloud service provider. So most internet scale software companies, Zoom, Drawbacks, Netflix, Film Video, Slack, Spotify, WhatsApp host their software on the cloud, not their premises, for scalability, fast fault tolerance, and general ease of management. Next. Next is a function as a service. So everything is offered as a service. Function database can be also offered as a service. Everything is offered as a service. This is one other traditional way, that is function as a service. Here, provider exposes on only ability to run their own functions on the cloud data. We have certain data on the cloud, which is stored on the cloud storage server. The developer only write their own functions, which that functions can be triggered based on the certain event. The developer can pay the cost based on their function usage. That is a function as a service. Provider exposes the only ability to run functions on a cloud data, also called as serverless computing. Developers write functions to execute on certain triggers, that is functions to convert a video to lower resolution is triggered whenever video is uploaded. So whenever video is uploaded, suppose you want to convert that into a lower resolution, you have already write as a model, that is independent model, it's a loosely coupled model, can be hosted as a service, so that that function is triggered, and this is developer side. Okay, you have to write a condition for trigger and everything is managed by the developer. All the provider instantiates VMs containers to run the functions, so everything is handled by the mm, provider, cloud provider. User only pay when function runs, not for the infrastructure, so cheaper when functions are run sporadically. So Amazon Web Service, Lambda, Google functions are the examples of function as the cloud. Next. So another way is cloud AI as a service. We have predefined AI models or pre-trained models are deployed already, developed and deployed in the cloud, and these models can be accessible through well-defined APIs can be provided to the users. API models for the APIs for these models can be provided to the users. The user can use the APIs for their applications, for their computer vision applications, or many applications which the user requires deep learning models and everything. Everything is hosted and deployed on the cloud. User just input the data and get the results learning. So usually the cloud AI services can be measured in terms of learning accuracy, that is precision, recall, or effort score and everything. We already know that. Okay, so we are giving input to the AI models, and the AI models using its own techniques. Each model is having its own techniques based on its features and everything. It providing certain results, but we don't know how these results are provided. Why this precision is this much? Why this accuracy of the learning your model, particular AI model is this much? What features contributes this accuracy, which leads to this accuracy this much? So we don't know that, but it is essential to know that, to so that to we can improve the learning accuracy by selecting the very important features and everything. And we can it can be easily to develop lightweight models which is having minimal features, so that it can be portable to any device and everything. So all those things, and response time of those models also were improved. So the thing is, it is very important to know the explanation or future contribution of each model for the outcome of that results. Next. So, in order to understand the explanation of each features, we need explainable AI. So, it contains some models and methods to comprehend and manage AI models. So, that is, what are the features are there? What feature can makes what kind of features? What are the important features are there? What features can make this results this much? All the schemes can be provided by the explanations. That is, the name itself specifies it providing explanation for each input to the model outcome. It can promote trust in AI applications. For example, computer vision applications. By saying these explanations, we can improve their results. So the main part of explainable AI is the feature influence and feature causality. What do you mean by the feature influence? That is, how much changing value of the feature can change the model outcome. Or in that case, so that is the feature influence. How much changing the value of the feature can model the can which leads to the model outcome. How much changes in the model outcome. Or it also involves analysis of feature causality. That means identification of the important features and their interactions, so that how it directly influence to the system outcome, either in a functionality way or in a non-functionality way. So these are all the important two analysis techniques made in explainable AI to generate explanations for each AI models. So this is adapted. So why this needed? This is highly needed for the applications which requires highly transparency, fairness, and trustworthiness in using AI models. So XAA demands that activities conducted during XAA process be traceable and reusable. This that is data provenance is the essential part. This ensures that each XAA operations should be traceable and reproducible. Okay, next. So next part is microservice architecture. We have XAA operations methods and configuration data and everything we have. And cloud AI models also we have. We have cloud setup. Okay. So how to develop XA service architecture so that it can be integrated into cloud architecture without disturbing any service models running on the cloud. So this is the research objective. So we already know we have already developed cloud architecture as a microservice architecture. So what do you mean by the microservice? Each service we have multiple services, multiple components, multiple modules on the cloud architecture. Each modules are developed and deployed independently. It is loosely coupled. We can plug and remove anywhere anytime it is needed without disturbing other modules running on it. Okay, all these modules can be communicated through communicated through the RESTful API. These are the cloud microservice architecture. So the microservice architecture has independent deployment of diverse components, which is loosely coupled without disturbing the existing modules running on the architecture, and a streamlined communication via RESTful API. This microservice architecture also ensures facilitates built-in adaptability. That is, we can add new API or remove that API, or you can substitute instead of this model. You can substitute another model. You can expose different API, or you can adjustment pipeline configurations. For example, in XA operations, we have pipeline configurations, data processing, and method configuration, and XA measurements, service measurements, and all those things. How to adjust, tweak this uh, tweak this to get improved service performance is the all this adjustment is facilitated in microservice architecture. Instead of tightly coupled, it ensures the microservice architecture ensures the loosely coupled, and also ensures data permanence. As I already mentioned that each and every XA operation should be traceable, and it should be transparent, and it should be traceable, and it should be reproducible. So all those is so for important features, how to develop the XAA microservice architecture so that it can integrate it into the existing cloud architecture. Next. So I have already mentioned that how to how to develop XAA architecture, what are the important components, and how to integrate to the existing existing cloud architectures which provides AA as a service, so that the XAA can provide um, explanation to each AA service models. So how to obtain, these are the research challenges for that. How to obtain and evaluate XAA results without unfolding, this is the important, without unfolding the cloud service model structure. Without unfolding the existing cloud model structure, how to obtain and evaluate XAA results. What are the essential components required for XAA service architecture to deliver the future contribution explanations for models? And how to, we have data provenance. That is the important part, right? So we can verify, it can ensure traceability. Verify or whether your XA operation is producing correct results or not, and everything is so how to collect data provenance data from operations to ensure traceability within the XA service. These are the three research challenges. so which we are going to address in this lecture. So first, how to develop XAA microservice architecture. So in XAA microservice architecture, we have the ultimate objective is we have to identify the important components. First of all, the important components. So we have RESTful user API, web service portal, then coordinator center, then XAA modules, then data processing center. So these are all the four tier important components in the XAA service architecture. So according to the existing literature, this architecture is having uh, four tier. First one is the next slide. Next slide. So first one is the user interface, that is API design for microservices. So the API design allows. I have already mentioned that the API should easily plug into the system without you can modify existing. So allows to apply XAI techniques without modifying the existing system operations. The new API design. Suppose you are um, and for some certain AI services, if you developed certain API, the API for the for example, in existing system, the API design for the microservice system completed and hosted on the Swagger Hub. These APIs are adhered to Open API 3.0 standard. These APIs are easily integrated to the existing cloud without changing the infrastructure, cloud infrastructure. Detailed API documentation, what are the functions, what are the data featuring array of functional identifiers are already available in the Swagger document. This link provides the detailed API, XA API, open APIs available for that open API service development, so that a user developer can use this APIs and plug into the cloud models. Next. So API based, this is the main important components. Component. This is API based coordination center. All those APIs. Once you have API, that is processes request from user interface layer. So this coordination center process the request received from user interface layer, that is API layer, and activates the necessary components for the task execution. So what are the components? We have components, right? The core functions of the coordination center is managing microservices or overseeing XA task or retrieving the data. For managing microservices, um, uh, so for managing the coordination center works with the user interface to handle the service registration and modification. It logs the what kind of services there, what is their requirements. It captures the requirements, and what kind of API should be triggered, when the API should be triggered, all this, when the components, what are the components to run those for APIs, all those things, all those logs is managed by the managing microservices and overseeing XA's task. So each user task is submitted as a task sheet, which having certain metadata, that is task ID, function requirement. Using this function requirements. That is the center oversees the entire task lifecycle, and center access the data and activates the necessary APIs and ensures the task completion also. And it can also, the coordination center stores the results in a certain way, stored in a particular way, so that it can be easily stores in a data center, in a storage server, so that it can be useful for later use. Once it data stored, the same data can be same explanations can be reused again and again without developing a new. So upon task completion, the executor updates the data center with the task status, runtime metrics, and provenance data. Accordingly, the coordination center offers a pipeline configurations that sequence task seeds for the execution of proper execution of prompt execution of execute tasks. So next one is the data processing micro center. So data processing serves as a critical components for the components in the system architecture. The microservice manages the data inflow into the system and orchestrate. I have already mentioned that which process is first, and service orchestration is done. So managing the data inflow, how to enter the data and arrange things, scheduling the tasks into the system and orchestrating the data process formats and everything. Providing the microservice data processing microservice provides the interface to the users to upload their data set in a specific format, organize the data, and maintains consistency and integrity in the data. So in addition to that, not only the microservice not only provides a service for uploading, but also it provides a facility to or provides the option to for the data augmentation. We all already know the data augmentation enhance the variability and volume of that is enhance the accuracy, performance, system performance, right? Data augmentation, learning accuracy, okay? Provides the option to apply data augmentation to enhance the variability and voluminous of the original data. It also stores the data in user-specified cloud database to ensure data security and ownership, okay? In the data processing, it also provides the API, even the developer, it also provides the data API for data security also. So that the developer not only for using AI services, but also ensuring security on the AI services also, they can develop their own they won't process, either they employ blockchain based methodology here to provide for the AI services usage. So this is for not only for the data processing, but also for ensuring the develop the AI security aspects into the AI models. It also ensures. So further it stores the data in a user specific cloud database to ensure data security and ownership. Next slide. So that we have discussed about what are the API system, what are the coordination center, and how data processing can be done, and everything functionality of the data processing service center we have seen. The next model is the AI model microservice. So designed to handle designed to handle the prediction task. This is for AI models. So it is flexible in integrating various cloud AI models. The SAA models can be integrated into the various cloud AI models. Already, these are the existing cloud service provider having this facility. That is Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud Platform, and Microsoft Azure. It communicates with these platforms using specific APIs and ensures seamless connectivity and usage of cloud AI services. Also, it has the ability to integrate pre-trained models provided by the users, and it's already pre-trained models. It is there. You can also deploy those models into the cloud and provide your own explanations for that. Ability to integrate pre-trained models provided by the users, and the integration of user-specified models is facilitated through a well-defined RESTful API application. So all this, since it is developed as a microservice, it is a loosely coupled. The nature of microservice is a loosely coupled manner. That is, we can easily plug and unplug the modules and easily integrated with the other modules without disturbing the running services running on them. Easily consolidated different modules in a loosely coupled manner. So then XAA method microservice. This is a very important and core component of the XAA service architecture. It provides explanations for AI model predictions. XAA methods work based on the contribution of individual features to the. I have already mentioned that XAA methods work based on the contribution of individual features to the prediction. So how much the each feature can change can contribute to the model outcome and everything. Once XAA method is integrated into the system, it can repeatedly used for various similar tasks. No need to develop once so it's a loosely coupled modularized service, microservice, so that you no need to develop the same module is again and again. Once it is already integrated to the system, for similar tasks, for other tasks, for other kind of services also, you can if that uh, service require this kind of functionality, you can reuse the repeat. You can reuse the existing method. Okay, that kind of flexibility is allowing without so once the XAA method is integrated into the system, it can be repeatedly used for various similar types of XAA tasks without the need to consider the development steps again. So provides seamless connections with the data processing and cloud AI services through the RESTful APIs, which enables to access the data and models and generate explanations and provide users with the comprehensive insights into the AI model, so that the user uses the XAA with the cloud AI services. They can understand what kind of features can contribute, how to improve learning accuracy, how to select important features. So everything is in a transparent manner. Everything in a transparent manner. Next. So once we have we have cloud AI services are there, XAA service architecture there, we have integrated XAA method with the cloud AI services, and everything is done. So how to evaluate the XAA methods? Whether it is providing accurate explanations, whether it is providing proper explanations, how to measure the quantity. So we have in existing literature, we have two metrics are available to measure the XAA services. One is prediction change value, and another is the XAA consistency evaluation. These two methods. So the prediction change value, that means we have original data set then which is integrated into the cloud service model. What is the prediction value? Then by using XAA, then applying the data augmentation and masking, and with this data set, what is integrated into the cloud A, and then what is the prediction change, and what is the change of difference between these predictions and all those things. So uses the consistency evaluation. How consistent your explanation is. So we have summary of explanations. For example, epsilon 1, epsilon 2, epsilon 3. These are the summary of explanations. We had to identify the difference between the pair of explanations and select the. We have permutation and combination. We have certain pairs and selecting the best pair out of it. It's a consistency evaluation. Uses the consistency. This is a consistency evaluation method. It's another one method to evaluate the XAA methods. So uses consistency evaluation method to provide a comprehensive evaluation of the stability and reliability of XAA methods, such as that ensures that selected XAA methods yield consistent explanations. And next one is the result derivative from the evaluations are efficiently stored and maintained for further reference. so that it ensures continuous monitoring, comparison of different models, pay for continuous improvement of the models in the system. Okay, you can compare with the different models, and you can adjust to the system methods and everything, so that you can improve the model performance and everything. Next. So this is the data provenance. So the data provenance is the uh, uh, important thing, so that the each XA operation can be uh, um, traceable and readable. So the purpose of the data is to ensure trace and reproduce of XA operations. That design of microservice brings another benefit into the integration of heterogeneous components. Um, uh, Integration of heterogeneous components into the XAA operations. So this helps this in data provenance. This helps not only identify the heterogeneous components, but also the intrinsic characteristics and relationships among these components, and mm, and mo- and with their abstraction. For example, we can identify, we can retrieve the provenance of data to XA operations and identify the difference in the configuration. This helps us to trace how certain explanation is produced, and so that it can improve transparency and trustworthiness. The next is, so for this purpose, the provenance of the data needs to be captured, and each configuration and the relationship and the explanation summary, and XA grasp validation results, all those things can be captured. So in order to provide in order to provide provenance of the metadata of each data, the data can be organized as a graph structure, where we have all the components as nodes, and it just depicts the relationship among those nodes. We have the nodes. We have each entities. We have nodes that data processing service, A model service, XA method service, and task evaluation service. That is, so in data processing service, we have uploaded data augmentation. I have already described the functionality, all those things. And task suite, we have two types of task suite, and one is for XA task execution, and another one is the evaluation task execution. Although these two, this is what two different task suites are available. Although this and, task suites are two available, but it is entirely two different purposes. This is used by entirely two different purpose. So underlying pipeline configuration contains the data about what kind of task evaluation task, what are the tasks submitted by the users, and how to evaluate the task, and how to run those tasks in the configure those tasks, and how to account the account those cost details in the resource cost. So what are the cost involved, resource usage cost, all those things is maintained in the resource cost. Next. This is the integration of cloud API with the post hoc XAA. XAA is you can either there are this is one two types of XAA is available. XAA integration methods are available. One is post hoc, and another one is the CMM. So in existing literature, we have here I have chosen as a post-hoc XA so that um, uh, you can verify everything is a black box model. So cloud AI is a cloud model. We have cloud AI, that is black box model. We have input data. The input data is fed into the cloud AI service model and predict the since it is a black box model, we don't know, only we know the input and output, we don't know what happened inside and everything. So the prediction for the original data set is done, and calculate the probability and everything. Then uh, the same input data is augmented and masked and fed into the cloud model, and we have predicted the results, and the difference calculate the, I have already mentioned that we have to calculate the XA service evaluation. XA service or evaluation, that is two different metrics, that is change prediction change value and XA consistency evaluation. So those things can be mm, evaluated and integrated as such. Next. So far we have discussed about what is the need of explainable AI in the context of cloud AI services. What are the different components for developing are needed for developing the XAA microservice architecture, how to integrate that architecture into the cloud architecture, how to evaluate various explanation, data provenance we have discussed about that. So the growth of cloud based AI brings the urgent need for explanation in the cloud services. XAA service architecture was introduced to solve this purpose, utilizing a micro service design that is facilitate the flexible deployment and evaluation of XAA methods for both pre-trained and cloud based AI models. So presented as a workflow that retrieves and evaluates future contribution and explanation of each service, cloud service, uh, so that the user they can improve their prediction accuracy of their AI service. Uh, a key feature of XAA architecture is its provenance data design, making XAA operations traceable and reproducible. Next. So these are the references I have used for this lecture. Any questions?
Any questions? Offline participants? Okay, ma'am. Over to the online participants, please. You can unmute yourself and ask if there is any questions to be asked. Hope everything is clear, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for the session on OpenAI architecture to discover the trustworthy explanation of cloud AI services as part of our 1 week FTP. Thank you for sharing your expertise and enriching our understanding of cloud AI services. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to have a 10 minutes break and we'll resume the session after 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
It is not shared. Okay, okay, you just okay. You just give an instruction.
Welcome back, everyone. So let's start with a quote. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. This quote highlights the critical role that every component of a computer network plays in maintaining cybersecurity. Whether it's a device, protocol, or connection must be secure to ensure integrity of the entire system. Without much delay, I would like to welcome Dr. Kumar Roy for the session on network security using the Cisco Packet Tracer tool. Let me give you guys a brief intro about him. Dr. Amit Kumar Roy is designated as an assistant professor at IIIT Kottayam under CSE Cybersecurity. He has completed his MTech and PhD from Assam University. He had been served at NIT Mizoram for 2 years at the Department of CSE from 2020 to 2022. He had published many research papers at various conferences and journals. His research interests includes information security, network security, and cryptography. We welcome you, sir, to the session.
Thank you very much. Okay. Here. Same, na? Open the PPT. Okay. No need to hide. Let me have this. Okay. Okay. Fine. Okay. Good morning, everyone. So it's offline. How many of you are there? Around 6, right? And so you all are undergraduate students, right? Or anyone from PG or all UG? UG? You? PG, both of you PG. UG. Okay. So all of you are from CSE background only? Okay. So today we're going to see some idea about what is actually network security. We're going to have a brief description. I will just going to describe what actually it is. I'll not take much time in theory. Okay. Then we're going to have some practical session in Cisco Packet Tracer tool. Are you familiar with Cisco Packet Tracer tool? Okay. So this is one of the tool where you can just have a virtual interaction with the network, wireless network, wired network, isn't it? So we're going to see how we can embed some security concept, isn't it? Now, before starting, we should know that what is network security and computer security. Okay, fine. You categorize, actually you can see that security is a very broad area. Okay, you cannot say it is a very small area, it's a very broad area. And there are different parts where you can work in the future if you are interested in network security. Okay, now first of all, I will going to divide the security concept into 2 types. Hello. Okay. Okay. So as I told you that we're going to divide the security concept into 2 types: computer security and network security. Right. So you can see what. So we will divide the security into 2 types: computer security and network security. Now, what is the difference? Now, computer security is what we want to see is that computer security is not a much concern from network side as an internet service provider, because you can see computer security can be uh, achieved by ourselves, because from the name itself it is a computer security. That means within your computer what precaution you can take by yourself, isn't it? For example, what are the precautions? Like there are many, like firewall is one of the example, which used to filter any unwanted malicious packet when you are interacting with the outside world through the internet. So it will going to block if there is any suspicious type of information, packet, message, whatever you say, data. There are different names. Okay. So when they are incoming towards our system, the firewall will going to protect and act as a barrier, right? So this is one of the you can say that precaution that we can take. Now, apart from this, once, because you can see that firewall, it might be possible that not capable of filtering everything. Sometimes what happens when you are, you can see, isn't it? Attackers are also becoming very, very advanced nowadays, right? So what happens is that there are some malicious link. When you click unintentionally, some malicious file will going to be downloaded in your system. And once it downloaded, what happened? It might cause certain issues in your system. It may slow down your system. It may hang your system, or it may also, you can say that it creates multiple copies of one particular folder. I think you have already encountered all these issues, right? Now, this is also one type of precaution which can be taken by you only, because it is your responsibility. So how to deal with such type of malwares? You can say this is also known as malwares. Okay. So how to take precaution? So can anyone tell how to take? What is the other way that we can prevent our system? One is firewall, and the other one, anything? Because firewall is by default, it will be there in your system when you purchase, right? That's obvious. Now, apart from this, antivirus, obvious, isn't it? Antivirus is also of many types. If you are using free trial of antivirus, it will be not very much effective. It will going to delete or detect, and after that it will going to delete only some minor type of you can say files, malicious files. But you can see certain time what happened, if you using the trial version also, then also, or the free version of your antivirus, then also you are not getting relief. Your system is not getting free of the those attacks. Yes or no? Like malware, those type of attacks. There are different type of attacks. Malwares, I'm not going to discuss that one, because I think in your upcoming sessions it will be tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Okay, like Trojan horse, virus, isn't it? Worms. Okay, so what is our responsibility is now to purchase a genuine antivirus. So many are there. Kaspersky is there, then Avast also, isn't it? Okay, so it is up to us to defend our computer. So this comes under your computer security. Now that's why this computer security we are not concerning much, because it is in our hand. There is no much issue. Now it is your responsibility how you save your computer. You update every day, every weekly base, monthly base. You purchase a very good antivirus. Yes or no? Then again, you should be very much familiar about attacks, that you should not unnecessarily click any unwanted links, because you get so many fake messages, mails, isn't it? Yes or no? Which is also known as mail bombing. That you win this much of, please share your information, then it will be credited. So once you click that particular link, what might happen? Your account, your Gmail account might be hacked. Yes or no? Same like this. In nowadays, what happened in WhatsApp also, we are getting some fake, so many fake unknown number from that. You have means you have been enrolled to this one, and you can win this share your this something information. So we should aware from from ourselves as well, isn't it? Yes or no? Yes or no? And moreover, you should not click unwanted links, which is present on any websites. Because if suppose you want to download something and unintentionally you might click, so what will happen? Those malicious data will enter in your system, and then what will happen? You have to, what the thing you can do is that you have to use antivirus. Now, if you use free trial, it might not be effective. You have to purchase a very genuine one. That's obvious. Yes or no? Apart from that, firewall is also there. So apart from this defense mechanism, you should also be, one defense mechanism is your awareness. How much aware you are about the today's world, isn't it? Yes or no? Because more than physical effect, software effect is more effective nowadays in personal life, isn't it? Because everything we are doing online, online transaction, online purchasing from Amazon, Flipkart, everything is done online. Yes or no? There is no physical. I think most rarely we are nowadays going to shop and purchasing clothes and shoes because we are getting heavy discount and we can have our choice through online, and we are doing everything online now. So more than physical, nowadays what happening? Virtual attack is more effective. Yes or no? So we should be aware. One of the defense is that you should aware. This is also a kind of defense, you can say, isn't it? Yes or no? Okay. So this is computer security. So this is within a bound, within a restricted area. That is within our system, and it is our responsibility how to overcome. Now, when we are jumping to the next part, which is network security, here the problem comes because once I send some information, once I do the transaction, whether my information is secure or not, it is not in our hand. We cannot protect because our information has to deliver over, will transport from one source to destination over the internet. Yes or no? And over the internet, there are hundreds, millions of hackers, attackers are there. With what intention they will, what they can do with the information, we don't know, isn't it? And we cannot do anything from our side. We can do only the computer security from our side. But the network security or information security, it is not in our hand. Yes or no? Now for this one, what will happen as a network, you can say that network service provider, internet service provider. Now they have to defend, now they have to design such protocols in which all this information which is shared from source to destination should be secure. It should not be revealed to the attacker. If it's revealed also, it should not be able to put any effect on that. So how to do that one? So to overcome this one only, we are mainly concerning about network security, or you can say information security, because it is beyond our control, because the information pass over the internet, isn't it? Whatever, when I type in WhatsApp something to you, if I send within milli-microsecond, you will reach. But at the back end, you can see it used to travel through the routers to the access points to the internet, and then it goes to you. Yes or no? At the background, it is very long concept is there. Okay, because as a front end user, you will not know how actually it works. Now, if I put one mail, if I do send, immediately you will receive. But at the back end, it contains certain procedure how that particular message has been sent from my system to your system to your address. Okay, and it has to travel over the internet. We know that one, isn't it? So we have to concern mostly on network security, or you can say information security. Now, if it is so, then let's jump to network security. You skip about computer security, it's not much concern. So in network security, first we have to see how the network is formed. How the network is formed. What are the network devices that that is there? We used to router. Router is the most important, one of the most core part of the network. If you want to establish one network, router is must. Then switch, hub, repeater. Yes or no? So many things are there. Yes or no? So today we're going to discuss in Cisco Packet Tracer mostly about router. How to protect the router. How to defend router from unauthorized access. How we can assign password. How we can encrypt. All those things we're going to see. Fine? Okay. So we know that what happened. Whiteboard is there. Whiteboard is this one. I cannot see here. Whiteboard. Okay. So whenever you want to construct a network as an internet service network service provider, for example, because it is the responsibility of the network service provider, isn't it? How they build the network, isn't it? And what type of security concern they are considering. Yes or no? For example, what example if we see, isn't it? Let's assume this is a router. Router 1 and router 2. Yes or no? And let's assume that this is a network. This is an internet. So what is the role of router? Router actually used to, what it used to do? It used to transfer the information from one place to another. Yes or no? So router can be within your own personal local area network. It can be about or global, like wide area network, right? For example, if there is a system, just a simple scenario I am giving, okay? PC1. Now, if you want to send some information to PC2, PC2, yes or no? So how it will going to go? So the information, whether it is WhatsApp, Gmail, whatever, or whether you are accessing some Amazon, Flipkart, whatever in the browser or in the message, it will go, the information will go first to your home router, isn't it? Let's say access point router. Then again, if it is not reachable PC2, then again it will go into see the intermediate router, the next router to. Then again it will transfer from here to here, and finally it will be reached to PC2. Same way in the vice versa, it might be possible that the information is reply is going. But this is the simple, okay? This is a simple diagram because actually to understand only, because lots of things goes in the network itself, routing protocols. Now, for example, it might be possible that there are, let's say, hundreds of routers which are connected to each other. Now, there will be a topology, network topology, how we can connect each of the routers. Yes or no? So mostly we are using mesh topology, where each of the routers is connected to each other, because it is more advantageous and efficient as compared to other network topology. Yes or no? Like bus topology, star topology. Yes or no? Because if one path, if the connection between from one router to another is somehow if it is failed, no matter, there is a alternate path to go to reach to the destination. And to doing this one again, there by using the mesh topology, in the mesh topology again you'll use different type of routing algorithms. I will not go to the depth, just for your understanding. AODV is there, OLSR is there, optimal link state routing protocol is there. Yes or no? DSR, dynamic source routing protocol is there. Those routing protocols, what is the main role of those routing protocols? The main role of those routing protocol is that they will go to search that which is the shortest path. How my information can reach from one router, how my information can reach as soon as possible from PC1 to PC2 by following the shortest route. Yes or no? Shortest route. It is also known as your hop count. If you know, then it's fine. A hop count. Okay, hop count means number of hops, how many it have done. Shortest hop count. So that hop count, shortest path is decided based on the routing protocols. I'm not going to through that one. Okay. Then so that's why you can see that to build one particular network topology is required. Then routing algorithms, efficient routing algorithms are required, isn't it? Yes or no? That is the overall very simple description about how network can be formed. Now, as we are considering about security, now as a network service provider, what is our goal? Our goal is to focus how to provide security to the router, because everything goes through router. Now everything goes through router. All the traffic is moving from one portion to another through router. So it is very must to save router. Yes or no? So we are doing today dealing with actually security as from the perspective of as a network administrator. Okay. We are not considering about the information security or the application based security, but the network level, physical level security to the router, because we want to provide genuine user only to modify the configuration of the router. We don't want any unknown person or unauthorized person to get inside my router configuration. So how to do that one? So that one we're going to see today. Fine. Okay. So you can go now. This one. Okay. So okay, let me complete at once. 15 minutes more. In 15 minutes, I will discuss all these slides. Okay, 20 slides are there. I'm going to discuss this one, and after that we'll go to do the practical session. Okay, I don't want to waste much time on this. So just for your understanding. So because whatever we do today, we're going to see how to protect the router. Apart from this, we're going to see some of the attacks like DHCP snooping and ARP snooping. Okay. So what actually we have to know? So first we're going to see about DNS, domain name service, domain name system, whatever name. There are two names you can give. S means system or server, you can say. Okay. So domain name system, for example. Okay. So what actually it does is that its main role is to resolve the IP address, because we human beings we cannot remember the digits. 192.168. Now subnet, mostly we are using class, if you are ever with class full and classless IP addressing, we are considering class C addressing concept. Why? Because there will be a less wastage of IPs, not A and B. Why? That also I will not go through. You can go because that's it will take too much time. Okay. So what we're going to do is that the main aim of the DNS is to resolve the IP address, isn't it? To domain name. So because in browser we human beings understand in words, characters, as more as compared to the digits. So if I write www.google.com in the browser, so it will going to direct me to the Google site. But actually computer doesn't understand this domain characters, www.google. Actually it will going to understand only in the form of IP address. So this www.google.com will have some IP address. So mapping of this domain to the IP address is done by the domain name server. Now this is a brief diagram, very simple diagram is given, isn't it? So it is divided into three types. One is the root, a root server, then comes the this one is the top level domain. Okay, top TLD, you can say top level domain. Mil means military, education, commercial. ORG means some website which is non-profitable, public type. Okay, then network provider, government, and this is geo means country wise, like .in India, .uk. Okay, so these are the top level, some of the top level domains. And then, for example, you have your own website. You have your own, you want to create your own domain. So first, obviously it will be some for profitable. So if you want to purchase some under commercial, so what will happen? I can have one my sub domain, isn't it? From the top level domain. Suppose I want .com commercial. My industry is a commercial, related to commercial, profitable. So it will be Amit. For example, this is my DNS local server, DNS server of my domain. And then again, inside my organization, there can be multiple number of computers. For example, I have given H1 is a computer, printer. Yes or no? Are you getting or not? Because all the devices will have IP address. So this is within my area, within my organization. And what will be the extension? The extension of all this will be with .com. For example, for my computer, it will be h1.amit.com. For printer, it will be s1.amit.com. Are you getting or not? For example, yes or no? And then FQDN is nothing but you can just ignore for the timing, because after dot, after com also there can be a dot. It is up to you if you put dot, and if you type, if you check in your browser, it will go into SS. But usually we don't used to write this dot, okay, at the end. So if you write this dot, it means fully qualified domain name. So it is not required. You can just ignore, okay, for the timing, right? So this is actually divided into three types: root node, top level, and bottom. The bottom one is my. If I want to have, if it is a government related, that means what will happen? From the top level, we'll go to purchase the government one. Yes or no? Non-profitable website. Yes or no? And we'll go to purchase one domain. And then it will become, for example, h1.amit.gov. Are you getting or not? Yes or no? Okay. So this is the basic concept. And inside this, my domain, I can have multiple number of systems. And each system will going to have the domain name with .com. And obviously the IP address will be different, because we know if the network IP address is 192.168.10.0 network ID, 10.1, that means under that one, if you have 100 computers, it will start from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But the 3 octates, I will not go to this octate, okay, the first octate, second, third in class C. So all the 3 will be same, and the last one will be, because since 192.168.1.1 is your network. So under this one, all the 100 pieces will continue from 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, and so on. Yes or no? Up to 255, because the total subnet is the total number of pieces. Yes or no? Okay, you have to know that things. I will not go to this one also. Okay, so I think this is good. This is brief, right? Now what happened is that this is now the DNS resolution. The DNS server can be divided again into 2 types. DNS operation. One is recursive. Recursive means what? This is Amit, right? This is my domain.com. Now inside my domain, I can have my local DNS server, DNS cache, and then all are connected with the some is connected. All are connected. All the other devices within the Amit domain within my my organization is connected to this DNS. I have a single DNS server. Okay, let's say system or server, you can say. Now what will happen is that if I want to map the IP address with the domain name, if it resides within the system, within the domain itself. Suppose if I want to create from H2, I want to connect to this printer. So this is within a network, within the same network, isn't it? .com. So obviously all the resolution can be done by my DNS system server. Yes or no? No need to go outside of that one. No need to go to the no need to go outside of my network. So it can be done easily by which is also known as DNS query. That means I want to connect to P1 to the printer, but I want to need its IP address and to resolve the domain of this particular P1. So it can be done by DNS, but which is also known as a recursive. And the other one is iterative. Now the next problem is that what will happen from here if I want to access wikipedia.org, wikipedia.org, isn't it? Now this is not within my domain because my domain was .com. Now it is outside of .com. Now what will happen is that my DNS server cannot resolve that problem, cannot map the domain with the IP address. Now it will going to send the request further to the top level, which is .com. It is .com only, isn't it? You can see if you just follow this one, you can assume that this is the DNS, my DNS within my. Now here it is .org, so it cannot resolve. It will go to the step by step. It will go to the root level, and from the root level again it will go to the root, and from the root you can see directly it will go to org, and from here again it will come back in this fashion. Yes or no? The request. Okay. So same here you can see again DNS will forward to the top level .com will forward to root, from root to org, and then wiki will be under org, and in the reverse order it will come back. This is known as your iterative, or overall this concept is known as your DNS resolution step. Fine. Okay. Okay. So there are certain attacks, DNS vulnerability. So this DNS vulnerability we're not going to see today itself because you need some Kali operating system like Ubuntu operating system. It cannot be done in Cisco packet tracer. Okay. So we'll skip this one only for your understanding. We'll do. Okay. So there are cache poisoning, which is also known as DNS spoofing, DNS attack, DDoS attack, and DNS tunneling. So this is catching means what? You can see from my system, if I write www.com, it will go to my local DNS. This is actually nothing, but you can, one thing I forgot told you that here, apart from DNS, apart from DNS, my one common, within my domain, DNS server, I can have a local cache in each of the system as well. Now what will happen is, what you can do is that when I do wikipedia.com, it goes so long, isn't it? It go a long way through top level to root. And when it come back, I am getting the reply of .org. Now again, next time, if I want to access again .org, it will not go to all this way because once I have redone. So once when the information is coming back, the information will be stored in here, cache. And sometime what happens, it can store also inside the host local cache. Are you getting or not? So next time it will take less time because it's already, the mapping has already done and the information is already saved in the cache. Are you getting or not? And sometime it might also save in the local cache. So it will be more easier. No need to go here and there. Are you getting or not? So same thing you can see here in caching. This is without attack, how it actually does. So for my system, in my system cache itself, I am writing www.example.com. The IP is 123.1.2.3. And then it will send to my DNS cache. And apart from that, it will also send to the top level, that is .com and the root server. Yes or no? Very simple, right? Okay. So now if the attack is launched, what will happen? Cache poisoning. Now, if this is a genuine user, even it says www.example.com, the IP corresponding to this domain is 3.3.3. I'm a little bit faster, okay, due to restriction of time, okay. So what will happen? It will send to its local server. Yes or no? Now, local DNS resolver, okay. And then from here, what will happen? You can see that means the attacker is attacking the local cache of the system. And from here itself, before this is forwarded to the genuine this one DNS server, what will happen? The attacker will modify this domain names IP address from 332 to what it will modify? It will modify to 222. Yes or no? That means the domain name is same, but the mapping of the IP address has been changed. From 333, it becomes 222. Yes or no? 222, and then it will forward to its own local DNS server. Yes or no? That Amit was there, isn't it? Like that. And then same information will be sent towards the top level domain and the root server. Now whatever information they get, it will be from the attacker itself. Yes or no? Yes or no? Are you getting or not? Because what happened is that you can see the IP has been changed of that particular domain. Now whatever reply you are getting, it will not be from the genuine website. Yes or no? It will be actually from the attacker. Are you getting or not? A very simple term. Yeah. Yes. Hmm. That one will be there. The solution will be there. We'll see that one later on. No, it can be done in the network itself. When you are accessing your computer, anyone can hack your computer as well. Yes or no? That's obvious. By using the first, you have to access to the outside world, isn't it? Yes or no? Because then only this DNS, the main reason of this one is what? To map whatever the receiver part you want to access, you have to map their IP address, isn't it? So that information will store in your local cache. So once if you're, it can be anywhere. The attacker can attack at this particular position as well as at this particular position. Yes or no? That's obvious. Yes or no? Are you getting or not? Okay. So next is what? This is also another version 2. Version 2 is what happening. You can see just like before. Here the attacker as a genuine, he's sending example.com. The IP is 333 correct. And then when it reaches to its local cache, to its local resolver, the attacker sees, but attacker has not changed the IP address. In the before one, it has changed. Now the genuine one, it is sending forwarding to the genuine this one name server, and when the and then to the others also. Now when the reply is coming back, the acknowledgement is coming back. What is happening is that the attacker is taking that information instead of forwarding to the genuine user. The attacker is attacking to the acknowledgement message. Before one, it was attacking in the actual request which was sent from the user. Yes or no? But here he is not attacking the request. He said let the request go. When the reply will come, I will attack to that particular reply message. Yes or no? Okay, clear. And the third one is brute force attack, means that corresponding to one particular domain, the attacker can use multiple number of sequence number of query IDs. There will be a query ID, like whenever you do open multiple tabs, isn't it? For each multiple tab, a session is maintained, isn't it? So ID used to be there. Okay, so I will not also not go to depth. So corresponding to one domain, it will going to use multiple number of query IDs. So by trying again and again multiple times, what happened? Somehow it can make the server busy, you can say. It can make the server very busy to drain its resources. Resources can be in terms of battery power, isn't it? Whenever it search, it will do some computation, it will require some energy. So it to drain the energy, the main motive of that. Are you getting or not? Now all these things, how it can be solved? So it can be solved by using a randomized query ID, because once if I use a query ID 1, and if we consider sequence bench, that means easily if once the attacker gets query ID 1, that means the rest will be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then he can get it easily. But if we use a random wise 3, 10 like this, then that means if the attacker gets one query ID, it will be difficult for him to get the next one. Are you getting or not? Okay, so this is the main motive. So we're not going to see this much. Okay, so this is about the DNS. Okay, under this one again there is a DOS attack. So DOS attack is what? Denial of service attack, like man in the middle attack. Yes or no? That means in DNS attack, what happened is that let's say I'm an attacker. I want to hack the one particular receiver. I want to drain his resources or whatever. So how I will do? I will do with the help of one single computer, with my computer, attacker single computer. Yes or no? So with this particular computer, I will try to hack your computer. So this is known as denial of service attack. Simple form. Okay. And the second one is DDoS attack. In DDoS attack, what I will do is it is more effective. Now what will happen? If I do only with single computer, if I try to attack to the over the network to some computer with a single network, it will be not very much effective. I cannot do the attack in a very long way or for a for in a huge quantity. So what can I do is that I can use a concept that I will going to use a slave, master and slave concept, you know, isn't it? Manager and employee. So I can have multiple number of laptops, multiple number of systems which will act as a slave, and from that one I can have more quantity of attacks to multiple number of PCs over the internet. This is also known as your bonnet, build, operate, and transfer, bonnet attack. Are you getting or not? Okay. So in simple time, I am telling you. Okay, you can go through the definition later on. So which one will be effective, DOS or DDoS? Obviously DDoS, because with DOS I can do minimal number of attacks, but with DDoS I can do in a huge quantity. Yes or no? Because I am using multiple number of large number of computers to attack others, to attack the genuine users. Are you getting or not? Okay. So same thing, same diagram has given, isn't it? Attacker and victim, how are you going to attack? With multiple number of computers. Then DNS tunneling is also same. You can see that what will happening is that when a user sends a request, on the other side over the internet there will be some attacker criminal, and instead of the genuine one, the attacker will going to send the reply. Okay, fine. And this tunneling is actually what? Tunneling is actually that the attacker main motive in the tunneling he used to try to convince the user that there is a shortest path which you can reach to the destination from me. So he will make some worm, or like you can say tunnel means, you can say a wormhole tunnel is there actually. Tunnel means what? Fake tunneling, which means shortest path. Let's say actually in genuine from system 1 to system 2 reach, it has to for example, let's say it has to travel through 3 routers. But the attacker, what will going to do? It will make such a this one, and you can say that environment that he will convince the user that he can reach to PC2 from within 2 routers. Tunneling, fake tunneling will be there. Okay. So this one also I'm not going to go through. Okay. So now next is ARP spoofing. So we're going to see this ARP spoofing and DHCP spoofing in packet tracer. Okay. So ARP spoofing, I'm not going to discuss this one again here in detail. I'm going to simply directly tell you what actually ARP spoofing means. ARP spoofing means what? The name itself, what is the name of ARP full form? Address Resolution Protocol. Now, just like DNS, which used to map domain name with IP, the main role of Address Resolution Protocol is to map the IP with the MAC address. If I want to send you something at the back, easily I can send you as a user, as a front end. But at the back end, how actually works? When I send something from my system to you, whether it is mobile or whatever, first of all, I require your IP address, and apart from your IP address, I require your MAC address. Mapping of IP to MAC address is required. Without that, it is not possible to send message from one computer to another or from one mobile to another mobile, because even mobile has a MAC address. Yes or no? Which is unique. Are you getting or not? So how to get the IP address? Through DNS. Now once getting the IP address, how to map the IP with the MAC address? That is the role of ARP. Step by step we are going. Are you getting or not? So same thing what it says is that if Elise want to send some information to Bob, Elise will going to broadcast that I am looking for a MAC address whose IP is 10.10.2. Then Bob will say, yes, my IP address, my MAC address corresponding to 10. This is my IP address corresponding to this IP address. My MAC address is this. And when it's sent back to the user will be able to send the information. Same way in the vice versa it will go. But at the intermediate, if there is one attacker, the attacker can steal the MAC address of the router. Now, if the communication is between these two systems goes through a router, so the attacker will going to steal the router's MAC address and it will going to take within itself. Now, whatever information is sent from PC1 to PC2 via the router, it will be via the attacker. This one we're going to see in the Cisco packet tracer. Is it fine? ARP spoofing. Is it okay? So anything is more there? Okay, same thing, ARP. So host A want to communicate with host B. So it says I want the MAC address of 10.0.0.2. Now how he got 10.0.0.2, you already know from the DNS, right? Now let's say that because it can be with the help of DHCP, dynamic host control protocol, which because right now if you open the Wi-Fi, you might get assigned some temporary IP address. Yes or no? So after that, the next role is to map with the MAC address of that system. So it says that it broadcasts I want a MAC address of 10.0.0.2. And then he's saying, here is my MAC address corresponding to 10.0.0.2. That is this one. Yes or no? And then only we can send the information to B. Right? So let's do line by line. So DHCP will do see further. Let's complete this one in the packet tracer. So here I have already done, but I will do it again. But I can open and I can show you ARP resolution protocol. So this is the ARP resolution protocol. 2 PCs will be there connected to a router. Okay. And then via switch connected to a router. And then again via switch it is connected to server. This server can be like Facebook, Google, but currently in Cisco it is a Cisco website. Cisco website will be there by default. Okay. So whenever the PC want to before the attack, this is the attacker. Okay. Before only I will not going to add this one particularly currently for the timing. What I will going to do is that PC0 first before the attack will going to able to access the server. Thing everything will be successful. Once I add this attacker and once I steal the MAC address of this particular router, whatever information it will not go to the server. It will go directed to the attacker. And what the attacker will do is that the attacker will going to request timeout. It will never allow the request to be successful. Are you getting or not? Okay, fine. Because you can see original MAC of router is this one, and original MAC address of the attacker will be this one, original MAC. But once it is stealing the MAC address of the router, it will going to replace this one with the steal MAC address of the router. And once it is successful, all the information, whenever the PC1 wants to ping the server, it will be directed towards the attacker. Fine, let's do it. You open along with me, so it will be easy. I don't know, there is lots to do within 1 hour. Okay, let me open new. It is recorded, na? Later on you can see the video. What? Okay, so I think those who are online, I am audible to you. 38 of you are there, right?
Yes, sir. Audible.
So am I audible? I think I am audible and I am clear whatever I have discussed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Audible.
So
Loud and clear.
okay, so kindly you open your packet tracer and let's do ARP spoofing. Okay. The same thing which is right now visible in your screen, the same thing we will going to implement again once more. Okay, so that we can aware of this one, how actually it works. So let me take a router. I will take a genuine router because here you can see where it was in ARP spoofing. What we have taken? We have taken a router, right? We have taken one router, two PC, two switch, and one server. Okay, fine. So what we're going to do is that let's do one by one. Let me take a router. Okay. Let me take 1841, the most general one. Then we will take PC. First we'll take one PC. Okay. We're not going to launch the attack. Later on we're going to launch the attack. Then I will take one switch. Switch you can take, where is the switch? Switch you can take the first one, 2960. Okay, then what we're going to take? We're going to take another switch here. Then we're going to take one server. Right, one PC, attacker PC will not take right now. We're going to take that one for the later. Is it fine? And then you can see this connection is there. Connection that or red one at the bottom. Connections are there. Right, so the first one you will take this, the first. Fine. Then, or you can just see first, after that later on you will do. Fine. Okay, everyone on the online, those who are online also and those who are offline, you first see how I will do. You note it down and later you do it, because if you see and right now it will be time consuming. Okay, so you have seen what I have taken: one router, two switch, one PC for the timing, and one server. Okay, now the connection, this is the connection one, you can see. Then I have taken the automatic one. I will take the first one. The first one is this one, the automatic one. You can see the mouse where I have scrolled, those who are online. Then I will connect. Okay, fine. Fine. Now what is the next one? Next one is to activate the interface. Right now the interface is in red. This is down. We have to make it up. Yes or no? Okay, we have to activate. Fine. So we have to do some configuration in the router. Yes or no? We have to do some configuration. So open the router. When I click the router, you can open the router. Then you go to the CLI mode, command line interface mode, this CLI mode. And then we have to put some commands to configure the router to make that dots are there, to make that dots green, because right now it is off. We have to on the link interface. Yes or no? Okay. We have to on the interface. Can you see this one? I think in your system, I think in your system, these things are not visible. Is it visible? FA0, FA1, all those? Huh? You go to the view. You go here. You go on view. Then just a minute, okay? Hmm? No, it is not in there. And you just tell it. So you can go in this one, preferences, and then you can see this one. There are multiple options, isn't it? So where is that one? So link, so you can click all those things. This one, show cable information pop up in physical workshop. Okay. Oh, and this one, always show port labels in logical workshop. Fine. Then you can see that it will be visible. Is it visible? Okay. So first, we're going to configure the router. We have to configure the router to make the state up, isn't it? So, okay, obviously, we're going to write the first. You just note it, okay? Note it down, okay? Or remember. So, first one will be no. Then I will go to the enable state. Fine, enable. Then I will go to the configuration, global configuration mode. So, it is configuration terminal, but instead of that, we can write in short form CONFIG and space by T. And if I put this one, now I have entered in a global configuration mode, right? Now I have entered in a global configuration mode. Now what we're going to do, one by one we're going to do. Let me, what we're going to do is that first we're going to, very headache. First we will, first you can see first we're going to activate this one. We're going to activate this link, okay? So what is the interface ID of this one? You concentrate on this one. Concentrate the port which is near to the router, not this one. Which is nearer to the switch, you should not consider. The interface port number will be the one which is nearer to the router. So what is the fast Ethernet? This is the FA, fast Ethernet ID. It is 0/0. So we have to activate this one, right? So let's activate this one. So for this one, what you're going to write is that interface, you just write inter and put tab, everything will be in full form. Interface, fast Ethernet, what it is? 0/0, right? FA means fast Ethernet. So 0/0. Fine. Now, if I put enter, you can see I enter in the configuration interface mode, conf mode. Fine. Now, what we're going to do is that we have to assign the IP address to this particular interface. Yes or no? Via which my PC can communicate with the router. So for that one, the command will be IP address. Let's use class C IP address. Okay, 192.168.1.1. I'm giving a simple one. It is easy to understand. Followed by the subnet marks of class C. It is 255.255.255.0. Now, how we got this subnet marks, I will not discuss. Okay, you go to the IP addressing concept. So 255.255.255.0. Fine. So when I enter, now what I will go to, it has taken the IP address. Now the next one is no shutdown. When I do no shutdown, as soon as I enter no shutdown, can you see my link has become activated? It become green. Yes or no? You can see it has become green. Now same way we have to do this interface on which the server is connected. So what is the interface number ID? 0/1. Concentrate on the one which is nearer to the router, not to the switch. So it is 0/1. Same way we're going to do. But what we have to do right now is that we have to come out of the interface mode, because right now we are under the 0/01, isn't it? So you're going to write exit. So once you add exit, now again you are going back to the global configuration mode. Now we have to enter to the interface mode of 0/A. Yes or no? So again you're going to write interface pass Ethernet 0/1, right? So once I end, then I'm going to assign the IP address. IP address, I'm going to assign 192.168.2.1. It will be different because this is a different interface, right? The first one for 0/0, we have used 1.1, which will be the default gateway, okay? Default gateway IP address. And for the server, the default gateway IP address will be 2.1, followed by same subnet mask, class C subnet mask 255.255.255.0. And then no shutdown. So you can see, I think the terminal is the interface has activated. Is it fine? It is activated, right? Yes or no? Now we're going to assign the IP address to the computer and to the server. Yes or no? So let's assign to the PC first. So when I go to the PC, in the desktop I will go, and in the IP configuration I will going to assign the IP address. So it will be 192.168.1.2, because as I told you, if my default gateway is this one, that means 100 PC will going to be followed by 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever you want you can give, but you cannot give the same IP address which we assign to the this one interface, which is your gateway IP address, right? Then subnet mask is taken automatically. Let me just copy paste the subnet marks. The subnet marks is 1.1, right? 1.1, fine, and leave it. It is done. Let's assign to the next one, to the server. So server desktop, you will go here. It is 2.1, isn't it? The interface was different. So here we will going to give as 2.2. 2.2. Let's give it 2.2. And the default gateway was 2.1. So 2.1. Sorry. 2.1. Fine. Yes. No. For switch, no need. No need. So now let's ping. Let's see. Fine. We have given server IP address we have assigned, and PC0's IP address assigned. So now if you want to check cross verify, you can click in PC0, and then you can go with the web browser of the server itself. When you click, okay. Now if you put the IP address which we assigned to this server, it is 192.168.2.2, right? When you go, see, Cisco website has opened, isn't it? That means it is fine. Now we want to access this website from the computer, that is PC0. Yes or no? Yes or no? So you can do via web browser, but we want to do from the command prompt. We want to ping. So first, let's see all the information of the computer PC0. So what is the command? Did you know to display all the IP address, MAC address, ipconfig/all? Yes or no? ipconfig/all. Fine. So you can see whatever we have assigned is fine, right? The IP address we have assigned 1.2. The MAC address is given. Then subnet mask was 1.1, right? Is it correct? Fine. Now let's ping. I want to ping the server, right? Let me do Control-Z. I want to ping the server. What is the command? Ping 192.168. What is the IP address of the server? 2.2. Let's see. If I get a reply, that means I will be able to what? So I get a reply. Yes or no? Fine. Yes or no? Now, if I want to see the contents of the ARP, address resolution protocol, how the mapping is done, the command is ARP-A. When I do ARP-A, you can see via which device my system is connecting with the server. It is physical address is 00602FC86A01. IP address is 192.168.1.1. This is the router subnet IP address, right? So via the router I am connecting. Fine. Now, if you want to cross verify, you can just click in the browser itself again. Here is the browser. And again, from the PC's browser, you can simply, because it's already pinged, that means obviously it will work, no doubt. But anyway, for your, so what it was 192.168.2.2. Now, if I go, you can see it is working in PC0. That means the computer is able to access the server. Yes or no? Yes or no? The computer is able to access the server because we are able to ping. And when we type ARP-A to see the address resolution protocols mapping, it was that via which device? Via router, it is connecting with the server because the router's IP was 111 and the MAC is this one. Yes or no? Is it fine? Okay. Just a minute. Okay, next is what? Now we want to introduce ARP spoofing. Now I will going to add the attacker. Okay. Let me take one more computer and let me add here. Okay. And let me have a default connection. Let me take this connection. Fine. Okay, I have taken this connection. Let me make it as sorry. I should use it. So this is the attacker one, right? So let me just put it as an attacker. Okay. Fine. So I have taken attacker. Now what the attacker will do? Now we will go, you see nicely, we'll go to the router again. We'll go to the configuration mode and which interface it was? This system is connecting to which interface? That is 0/A. Yes or no? 0/A. So here, and where on which interface the attacker is connecting? 0/3. Yes or no? That is the switch one, right? That is currently the switch one. But as I told you that we have to focus on the routers nearby one. So both these computers is connected to this interface. That is FA0/0. So in here in the configuration mode under router, you can see there is a Ethernet, fast Ethernet 0/0. You'll click here. Can you see the MAC address of the attacker? It is 6A01, right? So we have considered this is a router this PC, sorry, this is the router, not the attacker. So here we can see the router MAC address is 6.6A01. So this is the same one, isn't it? In the PC, when we see ARP-A. Here you can see when we do ARP-A, it is same 0060 2F, this one you compare with the one when you go inside the router. Same, right? Same. So now what the attacker will do, let's assume that the attacker has got this MAC address of the router. So the MAC address can easily, the attacker will copy this one, fine, copy this one, and he will open his PC. He will open his PC and in the configuration, he will go to fast Ethernet 0 because it was 0/3, so 0. So here you can see what is the MAC address of the attacker PC. It is something like 98 BD something. Yes or no? So I will going to replace this one. I am deleting his original MAC address. I am deleting and I will going to copy the router's MAC address. Yes or no? Is it fine? Fine. Fine. Nah? So let me on off once more. On and off. Okay, fine. Let me cancel this one. Now I will go to the attacker's desktop and I will going to assign the IP address. Yes or no? So IP address will be something like, since it is under the this 0/0. So sorry, it will be 192.168. What it was 1.1.2 is already assigned to the computer, so it will be 1.3. 1.3 fine. Then default subnet mask is fine. It will be sorry, default gateway will be 1.1. 1.1 fine. Fine. So it has been saved. So when it is saved, what I will going to do is that I will go to the command prompt. I'll go to the command prompt, and first what to launch the ARP snooping, the attacker will first going to ping the targeted user. That means PC0. So what it will going to do is that first it will going to you can say yes. Anyone is there? Any doubt? Yes. What? I'm not getting.
Please contact someone.
Okay, okay. You can ask me afterwards. Is it fine? Okay, you ask me afterward. Okay. So what I will going to do is that the attacker will going to ping, and then what it will going to do? It will going to use -t. This ping underscore t. This is this particular -t is used for until this pinging will go on, carry on. You will see later on what will happen. The ARP snooping will be activated. Okay. So it will going to ping 192.168.1 dot. What was the PC0 IP address? Is it fine? Yes or no? Yes or no? Now when I do click, you can see reply is fine. That means the attacker has pinged to the victim computer. Now we're not going to off this until this is, you can see it is going on, isn't it? That means the attack is continuing, has started and continuing. Now what will happen is that go to PC0. Now when you go to PC0 and if you want to ping the, no, first now let's see if we do ARP -A, what will happen? Can you see something very different? What happened when when the system, when PC0 has been done ARP to check the address? You can see 2 IP address has been appeared. Before it was how much? Where is, before it was 1, the genuine one. But now, and the genuine one and the IP address, the MAC address was this one, right? 6A01. But now what happened? This 6A01 is assigned to this one additional IP address, which was the attacker IP address. Can you see? The attack has been launched. Yes or no? Now, if the genuine user, if the genuine PC want to, let's say, want to ping the, let's do it from here only, want to ping the server, whether it will be possible or not. Let's see. Ping 192.168.2.2. Let's see. So it is showing request timeout. That means the request has actually been diverted to the attacker, and the attacker has blocked to access to the genuine server. If you want, you can just go back in the attacker, no, in the genuine user who has been become the victim in the web browser again. If you do the same thing, why it is not here? It was what? It was 192.168.2.2, right? Now if you go, let's see. So request timeout has been given. So this is a kind of ARP snooping. Okay. Now how to overcome with this one I have given in the PPT. I will not go back again. It is time consuming. So actually some of the concept is to use the ARP dynamic checking. Dynamically you can checking. First one is the static, manually mapping the MAC address with the IP address. But that will be a very big headache. Okay. Yes or no? Because in real world it is not applicable because so many devices are there. But it says that if you use the static ARP, then you have to restrict this use to particular that router only. Then it's somehow it is possible, via which the information is reaching to the server only to this particular by using the static ARP. This is one of the solution. The second solution, as I told you, filtering, packet filtering option can be there. And the third one can be, you can say that regularly, or you can say comparing from the switch, you can compare if any duplicate IP address is there or not. Then you can eliminate. That means detecting some kind of tool, such tool you can incorporate. Yes or no? Because we have seen, isn't it? When we do, when in the system in PC0, in PC0, right? So we have seen that in PC0, when it done ARP minus A, so obviously he can detect that one same similar MAC address has been assigned to two PC. So obviously there is something not correct. Some attack has been happened. So by analyzing this way, the solution can be done. Okay, I will not go to depth of that one. So this is one of the concept of ARP snooping. Fine. I think it is recorded. You can see later on. Let me complete all the whatever I want to show. If you do, then it will be time consuming. Is it fine? So next, what we're going to do is that DHCP snooping. DHCP snooping means what? I will not go. It is also given in the slide. DHCP snooping means first you have to know what is DHCP. DHCP means automatically you are going to assign you the IP address. That's obvious, right? So what we're going to do is that a server will be there. First, we're going to take one server, and then let me open that one. Let me cancel this one. I think this is done. I can open. I will not save. I have already done this one. Okay. DHCP. Okay. So this one is similar. What will happen is that two PC, I'm not going to add this one for the timing. Two PC will be there. And then one server will be there. We're going to activate the DHCP. Till now, what we have seen, manually we have assigned, isn't it? In the IP address, in the desktop, we go and manually. So we're going to do the DHCP on, and automatically this server will going to assign the IP address. But later on, we're going to launch the attack. We'll add another attacker server, and then later on, when we do the from static to dynamic again, it might be possible that sometime this attacker will going to assign the IP address, and it is not good, isn't it? Because if the attacker can, if the attacker server can assign me the IP address, that means he can dig into my system and he can do whatever he wants, and he can all my information will not be revealed to the attacker. Are you getting or not? So first we're going to see this one, and then again we're going to see how to overcome this one. We're going to block. What we're going to do is that we're going to make all this port as untrusted, and only the genuine particular interface we're going to open. We'll make it trust. Is it okay? Half an hour is also there. Okay, let's do it. Let me open new one. Let me do it again. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take two pieces. 1, 2. Then I'm going to take switch. Then I'm going to take one server. Fine. I'll connect it. I will take automatic. Okay. Fine. So first we're going to set the server. Okay. I'll click the server. I'll go to the desktop. Okay, wait. Desktop, let me assign the server first, whether it is possible or not. DHCP 192.168.1.1. For easy understanding, let's give the simple one. Then, sorry, one dot default. Wait just a minute. I think it is in service in the DHCP. Okay, we're not going to assign to the DHCP manually. First, we'll go to the service. Okay, then in the DHCP, when you click, you can see this interface will be there. Then you can see what we're going to do is that you can see IP address is given, isn't it? 192.168.1 dot start IP. So when the server want to assign the IP address to any particular this one PC, two PCs are there, isn't it? With what should we start? Let's say it will start from 1.2, okay? Because 1.1 we're going to assign in the default gateway. Fine. So 192.168.1.1. Is it okay? Then what? One more. Maximum number of user. For the timing, I will make only 5. Is it fine? 5. Maximum up to 5 PC. This particular server can assign the IP address. Okay. Fine. Then anything left? Nothing left. Okay. Then what I will going to do? I will going to save this one, and I will going to on the service. Fine. Okay. Only this much. Nothing is there. Then I will close. Now let's go to the PC. Now in the PC, what you can see in the desktop IP configuration, I will not going to enter manually. I will just click, I will on the DHCP service. Okay. So when I on the DHCP service, let's see. See, automatically the IP address has been assigned 1.2 subnet marks and the default gateway was 1.1. Is it fine? Okay. Same way for system PC1. PC1 also you can see. I will just on the DHCP. It is 1.3 and the default was 1.1. Is it fine? So DHCP works for the timing, right? Let's put one attacker server. Okay, let's see. So if I put one server here and let me make it like this connection. Fine. Let me open and assign again DHCP in the attacker one. So service DHCP. So what will be the just a minute. What happened? So here, if we give the default gateway is 192.168.1 I have given to the first one. Let me give it something like 1.7. Okay. And then start IP will be something like 192.168.1 dot. Let's say this also starts from 2 because 1.1 was the first one. Then number of users, I will put 5. Same thing, only the default gateway is changed. Okay, the attacker default gateway is 1.7, but the genuine server was default gateway was 1.1, and it will also start from 1.2, assigning the IP address so that we can distinguish later on. So let me save and let me on. Fine. Let me cancel. Now let me go back to the F40 and let me try multiple times from static to DHCP, static to DHCP. Let me go back and make it static. Let me go to DHCP. It doesn't come frequently. Every time we have to, sometime it will come. Okay. Let's see. Okay, currently also it is 1.1 from the genuine one. Yes, no. We can distinguish whether the IP address is assigned from the attacker or from the genuine one with the help of the default gateway. Okay, so let me try 2-3 times. Okay, fine. Actually, it takes time. Okay, sometimes it used to come very. Let me try with the next one. PC2, PC1. Sorry. Are you doing? Those who are here, can you try? Because it's taking long time. When you try multiple times, it will show sometime that it has been assigned from 1.7. Okay, it's not taking, it's taking much time. I don't know why. Anyway. Let me delete once more. The attacker not might be something. Let's see once more. Can you try this one? I'm not getting the attacker is for the timing, because randomly when you do it used to, you can see that. Let me show you from this one, the one which I have done. Yes. Let me open the one which I have done. Okay, so let's see this one. So here you can see what was the, from this is the legal one. The default gateway was 1.1. Okay, the same thing. Okay, and here it is 1.6. So the attacker default gateway is 1.6. Okay, so if we do here desktop, and if we on and off, let make it static, and if I on, we have to on off again. Okay, let's see. I have on again, whether it works or not. Okay, so 1.3, 1.1 is the legal one, isn't it? but the attacker server's default gateway is different. So let me try 2-3 times. 1.1. Actually, it is not coming, but sometimes when you try it, okay, try it for a few times, it will show you. Anyway, so I think you got the concept, isn't it? It is not coming because sometimes it used to come immediately, sometimes it used to take time. Okay. So what we have to do is that all these ports we have to make unthrust, and only this particular one we have to make it genuine. We have to open as a trusted port. Okay. So let's do that one. How to do? So you can see here DHCP snooping. So first, what we're going to do is that we have to make all the ports as untrusted, right? Okay, so for that one, what you're going to put is that you're going to put IP DHCP snooping, then IP DHCP snooping VLAN number. What does it mean? Let's see. So when you go back here, so in the switch, we have to do everything because there is no router. And when you click in the switch, you can see all the ports which are up, all the 4 ports, the VLAN number is same, 111. Okay, fine. So what we're going to do is that, as you can see here, it is, what is the command? IP DHCP snooping. Okay, same thing we have to write in the switch. So in the CLI mode, you will go, you will do enable. Then what it was? IP snooping, IP DHCP, sorry, IP DHCP. Sorry, I think I have to go to the config mode, right? Config T. Then IP DHCP snooping. Fine. Then what we have to do is that we have to make all these particular port as untrusted. So for that one, what it is? IP, let me do it like IP DHCP snooping, VLAN. What is the number of all the ports? 1. Right? So it is done. Okay. So all the port will become untrusted. Just a minute. So let me see here. So you can just and you can see the status, what it shows. If you put show IP DHCP snooping, and if you enter, you can see particularly what happened. All these ports, which port are considered as trusted? 0.2 is trusted, no. Then 0.1, no. Then 0.4. Where is 0.4? 0.4, this is the attacker one, isn't it? No, only this particular one is trusted. Actually, I have already done. This is the one which I have already done last time. So to make it trust, you just assume. So currently you just assume this is no. Okay, I have not used this one. The trust. One more command is there to make it this particular port. Yes. So okay. So what I will going to do is that I will go to the config mode, and then what I will going to do. You can see in the slide it is given to make one particular port trust. What you have to write? Only one more command you have to write. You have to go to this particular interface 0/1 to which that particular original server was there. Then IP DHCP snooping trust. Then again, when you check in the switch the status, the table, only this particular port will be considered as a genuine port. That means next time whenever the DHCP server with the DHCP service, whenever the IP will be assigned, it will be assigned from the genuine server, not from the attacker server. Fine. Okay. So here actually it is already done. But anyway, interface. Sorry. Interface fast Ethernet. Interface fast Ethernet. What it was? 0/3, right? So when you write zeros, you have to write just like this. I'm repeating again, 0/3, and then what you're going to write? IP DHCP snooping trust. And when you click, and then again, when you go out of all this global configuration mode, you put directly and you'll come out of that one. And then here again, when you write show show what it was, show IP DHCP snooping, you will be able to see that this particular genuine interface via which the genuine server is connected, that will be only considered as open. So whenever any IP address is assigned to any PC via this one, via what? Via your server, it will be from the genuine only, because this one which is connected to 0.4 has been blocked. Yes or no? There is only 2-3 lines. Yes or no? To do very easy. One is what? The first one was what? DHI, where it was? IP DHCP snooping. First you're going to do, isn't it? Then IP DHCP snooping VLAN 1 to block all the port, and again the port which you want to make it open. For that one, you're going to go into that particular interface by putting interface fast ethernet 0/3, and simply you'll put only one command, IP DHCP snooping TRUST trust. Then when you check again, you can see that particular interface will be going to be open. The remaining will be closed. Fine. Okay. After, what is your next session from? 2 p.m. Okay, the time is there. Okay, so let me complete. Let me do 2-3 more. Fine. Is it okay? Let's do it now, because I have more to show you. So this is simple. How to assign the username password to the router? Yes or no? How to encrypt the password? All this has not done yet. Shall we continue? Okay. So I think this is fine, right? So ARP snooping we have seen, DHCP snooping we have seen. Fine. Let's see the next one. So let me make it open. No, I'm not safe. So where is this one? Telnet one. Telnet one. Okay. We're going to, within this particular diagram itself, we'll do everything. First, what we're going to do, you just see, we'll have one laptop which is assigned to a router with console line, which means with some console line. That means now how we're going to configure the router? If the router is very far from us, whatever we do command in the CLI mode inside the router, can we do from our computer? Yes. You look with the console line, you'll connect your computer with this console line to the router, and whatever you do here in the terminal, it will be reflected in the command line in the router. That means you can do from here or here. It's up to you. Are you getting or not? Then what will going to happen is that this is known as your local SS, line console 0, and this is known as your remote SS, which via which this PC can act as an administrator and can access the router with the help of telnet. This is telnet. Okay, sorry, I have made telnet. And then SSH means secure cell. Secure cell means what? Before adding secure cell, what we're going to do is that we're going to ping this to this, but before that, first whatever we have done, we're going to assign the password so that no one can enter directly inside the router, because he can change all the configuration of the router, because router is very important part of a network, isn't it? We have to issue security to the network. So we'll put a password. Without password, no one can enter inside the router, right? Now after that, what will happen is that we're going to give a password to this particular local SS and the remote SS. But what we're going to see is that after assigning the password will be in the form of plain text, digits. Now again, next step we're going to see is that to encrypt that digit into some random unknown type of characters. This much we're going to see today. Okay, very, very important this one. Yes or no? Security, that means you should complete this one. So 1 hour is still there, we'll see. So let me open another one. Same thing I will going to put. Fine. Let's do it. Open. No. I will take one laptop. Then I will take one router. Let me take 1841. Then I will take what was there? Switch, right? There was one switch. Where is the switch? 2960. And what more was there? Remote PC is required. One remote PC is required. Fine. So this is very interesting. Okay, line by line we see. If you have any confusion, you interrupt me and you ask me. Okay. Sorry, I will going to use this one. Wait. This, the blue one. Okay. So RS232 to the router console, not auxiliary. Okay, console. Then the same thing, the automatic one you take. Fine. Fine. What is our fast? What is our? Let me make it like this. It will be easy for me. I have to go every time to that side. So what will be our first role? To activate this port interface. Yes or no? Let's do it. Just a minute, okay? Okay, no problem. So let's do it to this one. So what it was? No, enable. Then in a global config mode, we have to go config T. Instead of writing configuration terminal, you can write shortcut config T. Fine. Then you put enter. And once you put enter, what you can see next? What will be the next? Next, we have to go to the interface, particular interface, right? So interface, pass Ethernet. What is the interface? What is the port particular to this one? We have to activate this one, 0/0, right? So you can put 0/0. Fine. And then we're going to assign the IP address 192.168. Let me give it simple 1.1. Okay, fine. So it will be easy to understand in all the practicals. Fine. So class C subnet marks is 2.555.c. Okay. Then no shutdown. No shutdown. Is it activated? At the background you can see. So a particular terminal has been activated. Yes or no? Yes or no? Now what is that? What is this? Now after, if I close this terminal, and again if I open this router, I can directly enter again into the CLI mode. Yes or no? There is no username and password still embedded to this router. Let's put it that one. So what we're going to put is that, so if you want, you can change the router name also. Okay. If you want, you can change the router name also. Fine. So what you're going to do is that, just a minute. So you one thing I have not shown here, I have done directly from the router, isn't it? Now let's check whether it is visible in the terminal of the laptop or not. Now if you go in the terminal in the laptop, because I have done directly from the router, okay? So if you go in the laptop and if you go in the desktop and in the terminal, and simply if you put OK, can you see whatever I have wrote in the CLI mode in the router, it is visible in the terminal of the laptop? Yes or no? So either you can control your command from the laptop or from the router. I'm doing from the router, so it is very big. It is visible. Fine. Okay. So let's see what is the next task is to assign the password, right? So what I am going to do is that I am going to exit from this one, and then I have to go to the interface. I want to put the password to this particular local SS interface, which is the console line, isn't it? Console 0. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to put line console 0. Okay. So now I am in the console interface line. Fine. Yes or no? Now I'm going to put the password. What will be the password? So I will put password. Then I will put simple 123. 123. Okay. 123. Then login. Then exit. Fine. Now, okay, let me go out of this one. Now you can see if I go and I have come out of the wait, exit. Let me exit of all. Now you can see I have come out of the configuration mode. Now if I come, it is asking me the password. Can you see? Because I have set the password. What is the password? Password is 123. Now when I put 123 and when I put, it is not visible, okay? 123. Now if I enter, can you see? now I can enter inside the router. First stage of security I have provided. Before entering the router, password is required. Now, if I put enable, I will go again into the configuration, global configuration mode. Now in the second stage also, again one more password I want to put, so that somehow if you get the first password, hack the first password, you can get inside the router. But again, to go inside the configuration mode, one layer security I want to provide once more in the enable one. So how to do that one? Okay, let's do it. So currently it is not there, so obviously it will not be a problem. I can enter, isn't it? Yes or no? So the second layer security will be, I will go in the config mode again. Config mode again I am going, and then I will going to put enable password. Let me put 456, okay, in sequence, so it will be easy to understand. 456, right? So when I put 456, so and then again let me come out of this whole router. Now what I have done, okay, I have done something wrong. Just a minute, okay. So enable, so what it was, I have assigned the second layer password also, isn't it? That is enable password 456, right? Now this is the first password is asking to get inside the router. What is my first password? 123, fine, correct, 123. Now I have get inside the router. Now I want to go inside the configuration mode of the router. Yes or no? To do some changes as an attacker, for example. Now enable. Now see, again it is asking another second layer password. Yes or no? Yes or no? What is the second layer password which I have given? 456. 456. Is it fine? So this is the first portion of encryption, of using the providing some security by using the username. Okay, fine. So two things we have done. At the before entering in the router, one password, and after, suppose if you enter also inside going to the configuration mode, again another enable level password is embedded. So two layer password has been given. Now there is some disadvantage. What disadvantage is there? Or you can say that we want to embed more security. So before that one, we want to see what is the problem here. Okay. So now if I write show running config, and if I enter, so you can see, you just put the enter button every time. You can see all the information is displayed here. Can you see? Line console 0, I put 123 password. In the line VTY, I have not kept till now. Only to this particular we are focusing right now, isn't it? So it is 123. Yes or no? Yes or no? So this is a problem, right? Now what to do with this one? How we can okay, before going further, let's put it the password for this one also, then VTY04. Fine. Okay, let's put password to this particular remote access also. If we have kept for the local, why not for the remote? So remote also, so that every time when the remote want to access, he requires password. Yes or no? So that only the genuine remote user can access the router, can get inside the router, not the attacker. Because if the attacker from the internet, from the remote wants to access, he requires a password. So we have to assign a password in the this remote access portion also. So let's put it this one. After that, we will going to see the advanced encryption, this one. Okay. So what is the next one is that again same thing. What we're going to do? I'll go in the config mode, config T. Then what it was in to set this one first, I went to this interface, but this one is the VTY04. What is VTY04 then? What does it mean? It is virtual tele. Okay, so VTY 0 to 4 means what? It means that maximum at the same time up to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 remote system can access the router as an administrator, legal one. Those who have username and password. 0 to 4. It means this one. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay. So let's see. Anyone is there? So let's see. Okay. So let's put password to this one, to the remote side one, VTY. Okay. So in the VTY, what we're going to do? Same way. What it was? line VTY 0, 4. Okay, fine. Then enter. Then again, what is the password? Password I want to put. Password. What password I will put? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 9. Is it so? Let me see. Okay. Okay. So 7, 8, 9. Okay. Then so 7, 8, 9 will going to be used when we will going to assign the IP address to the remote PC, isn't it? When he will be able to ping. Yes or no? So let's do it this one. Okay. So 7, 8, 9 we have assigned to this particular terminal. Yes or no? Fine. So first we will going to see first before checking whether this 789 works, we have to ping with the help of telnet to this switch from that particular PC. Yes or no? Yes or no? But in the line we have given the password 789. Fine. So let's ping that one first. Okay. See. So anyway, if you can see directly here before going to this one again, if I do show running config again, let me put enter. So what you can see here when I go down, so you can see here now we have assigned the password to line VTY04. Yes or no? So this one and this one we have assigned password. This one was 1, 2, 3. Then enable one was 4, 5, 6, and this one is 7, 8, 9. Is it fine up to this? Okay. So next what we're going to do is that, let's see. So let's assign IP address to PC0. Yes or no? What was this one? The default IP was 1.1, isn't it? We have given. So obviously it will be 1.23, whatever you want you can give. So let's put it in sequence 1.2 only. Why to take so much headache? We will going to put 192.168.1.2. I think you got it, na? Because that time we have put 1.1, isn't it? The default gateway for this particular port. So it is 1.1. Is it fine? So what we're going to see is that we want to ping. Let's ping from the remote PC the router. Okay. Let's see whether it's possible or not. Ping 192.168. What it was? 1.1, right? Okay, it is not reachable. Anything mistake I have done? Oh, I have done something mistake in the typing. Okay, yeah, 9. My 9 is not working properly. The 192.168.1.2. Oh, sorry, 1.1, right? So, okay, that means I can remotely access from the system to the router, but I want to go inside the router. Yes or no? My main aim is that from the remote place, I want to configure the router as an administrator. I can ping, that means I can reach that router. Now I want to get inside the router. Let's get inside the router. For getting inside the router, we know, isn't it? If I want to control your computer, I can do that with the help of a protocol known as telnet. Telenetwork. Yes or no? Telnet. So let's use telnet. Okay. So simple command is there for the telnet. Okay, fine. So what we're going to do, we're going to do telnet. Same again from the PC itself. 192.168.1.1. See, it is asking the user SS verification. What was the user SS verification? We have kept na for this line. What was the IP address? 789. Let's see whether we can enter or not. 789. Oh, let me delete 789. Fine. We can enter, right? When I put 789, I can enter inside the router. Yes or no? Fine. Now again, enable. Second one, the enable inside the global configuration mode, there is another password. What was the password? 456. Let's do it whether it comes for this one or not. Enable. Yes. Again, what was the password? 456. I can now enter inside the configuration mode of the router. This is one of the second for the local SS and for the remote SS. Up to this one, it is fine. So three password we have used for the local console, for the global, and this one for the remote one, right? Fine. But what is that? The security, the passwords were not strong. Yes or no? We have seen it is in the plain text format. So let's see. We have seen, isn't it? Where we have seen? We have seen in the router itself. Where is the router? Now, let me open again. So what is the next task? Now next task, we have provided a security, but we want to enhance the security. That means this particular thing which we have seen, I want to make it this security, this password into some other format, encrypted format. Okay, for password for line console and for the VTY, and as well as for the enable. Where is the enable one? Enable one is not visible here. It might not be visible. Okay, it's not visible, I think. Or it is visible. Enable password is visible. Okay, enable password is visible here. 456. Yes or no? So all these three password I have to enhance. I want to encrypt in some unknown format. Okay, so let's do it that one. So for that one, what we are going to use, we're going to use the concept of SSH, secure shell, which is nothing but it is given in the slide. You can go. Let me open the slide once more. I think I will be able to complete. Where is this one is given here clearly. A secure shell is a cryptographic network protocol for operating network service securely over an unsecured network. What means it is a cryptographic concept. It will go into encrypt. Okay. So let's go and let's make it more in an encrypted form. Whatever password was there, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, right? Yes or no? Okay. For that one, we are using the SSH secure shell. Okay. So let me go in the global configuration mode. Config T, fine. Then what I will going to write now? Currently, I will going to encrypt the second level user ID. What was the service level? Enable one. Okay. Enable one was for 456. So I will going to put config. Then I will going to put service password, service password encryption. When I put service password encryption and when I put enter, now you can see. Let me come out of this one and let's go back to the show running config. See, enable password has been changed to something else in the form of numbers. Yes or no? Can you see? Before it was 456, na? Yes or no? Same way the local one and the remote also will change. 1 2 3 and 7 8 9. Let's see. But we can. I think it is already changed itself with this one only. Let me see. I think it is changed. When I put this single command, okay, yeah, it is changed. So line console 0 1 2 3 has been changed to this one, and 7 8 9 has been changed to this one. Can you see? Encrypted from. Okay, but this is actually known as your type 7 password, which is a concept of a Winger cipher. I will not go to the detail. Winger cipher. It is used in the earlier days, okay, and it is not very strong because there are some available websites where this password can be cracked easily. I will show to you right now. So let me click any one password. Which one I will click? VTY, okay, this one. This one. Let me open the site. That is IFB. Let me go to the site. Let me open IFB Cisco. Sorry, IFB Cisco password cracker. Now you can see what happens. Let me go back to this one. Let me copy any one. Let me copy for the VT one. It was 08761417, right? Now if I copy this one, and if I go to the website which I open, that is IFB Cisco Packet Tracer Cracker. Now if I put my password here, see, if I put my password here and if I crack the password, what happened? Copy, paste. See, it has been revealed the plain text, the original password. Can you see? So this is one of the website where this type 7 password is not very, very strong. Okay, fine. Now what we want to see is that we want to again enhance the encryption. Now we'll go to type 5, which is MD5, message digest. I will not go to the algorithms, all those things. Okay, so MD5 encryption here will be embedded. That means we'll go to change type 7 to type 5 encryption. Okay, which is MD5 hash SHA is there, na? SHA. Okay, secure hash algorithm. I'll not discuss that one. So MD5 will be there. Okay, so it will be a combination of characters, letters, asterisk, something like that, and it will be very huge. So obviously, till now, this type 7 is one, it is possible to crack. Moreover, you can see it is only in the format of digits. There is no some extra characters. Yes or no? So we want to make it a little bit more advanced. Okay, so let's do it that one. So for doing that one, again, let me open the what router. Okay, then let me go to the global config mode again. CONFIG config T, fine. Then enable. I will change first the enable one. Okay, enable one. It is also in the digits, na? So enable. So enable secret. Now what was my this one? My this global configuration mode password, enable password. It was 456, and it was encrypted in some digits only, but I want to make enhance, isn't it? So I will change my 456 to some other. Let me make it something like that. Let me, if I give again, let me give it at something, what I will give to remember. Let me give the way I have given, I will give. Okay, so it will be easy to understand. Let me give Amit 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so now this will be my enable password. 456 will be eliminated, and this will, the encryption will be in more complex manner as compared to digits. Okay, so let's see. I have entered. Okay, now let me come out of this one and let me see whether it is successful or not. Show running config. See, it has been encrypted to more complex format. Yes or no? Yes or no? And then, but what is there? The older one is reflecting here. I want to delete this one. Yes or no? I want to delete this one because I have already a new one, which is a type 5, MD5. So I want to delete this one. How to delete? Let's do it. So to delete this one again, I will go to config T, global configuration mode, and then I will write no enable password. Okay, no enable password. Now again, I will go back and I will check whether it is eliminated or not. Show running config. See, there is no longer the previous password is visible. Is it okay? Fine. This is the type 5. Fine. Now if you copy paste in that one, it will in this website, it will not going to crack. You can do by your own, okay, later on. Fine. So So the next thing is what you can see here. Enable one is fine. I have done, right? I have done. But what about the user level and the remote level password? These two. Still it is in the type 7. Yes or no? Now again, I want the same. I want to enhance the security. So here, what I will going to do is that, for example, if there are n number of users, right now we have taken only one. So is it possible we can put username and password along with each particular user? So now we're going to embed username plus password, and that password will be in the form of type 5. That means 1, 2, 3 will be eliminated, and what it was 7, 8, 9 will be eliminated with some new password along with username will also be there. Are you getting or not? To enhance the security in the router. Okay, let's see that one. So we'll go again the global configuration mode, config T, and then we'll go. I want to do first. Wait, where is that? Let me open this one and then this one. So first we're going to do this one. Okay, this part let's do the line console one. Okay, so what it was? Line console 0, right? It was line console 0, isn't it? Line console 0, enter. Then I will not going to go inside the actual router. For that one, I will do no login, okay? And then I will going to see login. If I put login and question mark, login question mark, sorry, login question mark. So you can see here, it gives me some information about what we're going to do is now we're going to use a concept of AAA, authentication, authorization, and authority. What is authentication? With valid user password and username, you can enter. Authorization means what? Level, privilege level. Up to which user you are, what type of password, up to which particular portion they can access the files based on legal username and password, right? And accounting means which is deal with the log files. We're not going to see that one for the timing, okay? So what we're going to see is the authentication one, okay? So here you can see local is available, which is by using local we can get a local password checking concept, okay? So what we're going to do is that we're going to put, just a minute. Let me come out of this one. And let me go to the config terminal mode. Okay. Then let me use username. Let me put username as the one which I had given. Okay. So it will username, I will put Amit. Okay. Username Amit and secret, because we have seen, isn't it? Then let me use username Amit, secret. What will be my password? I will put as I have given here. Let me put it as CISCO, Cisco. Okay. So remember, okay, my password is Cisco. Username is Amit, password is Cisco. Okay. For this local. If I forgot, you will remind me. Fine. Now, if I do and if I see, if I come out and if I check, show running config. Let's see. Let's go down and let's see. What happened? It is not changed. Just a minute. Okay. Okay, sorry. So what I have to do is first I have to check. So first I have to check for that one because I have not executed yet, isn't it? Let me go out of the router first. Now, when I enter again, have I done something wrong? got stuck or what? Let me close this one and let me open once more. It's already saved format, right? Save. Let me save it as a. Password, let me see. Oh, okay. Okay, then we will stop. Okay. So we'll wind up then. So up to this one you have seen, isn't it? Okay. So the way I have done till now, you can check again. I think I have done some mistake. Username and password will be there. Okay. So then again, the username and password, when you keep that by username and that password only, you can able to log in from the console. Same way you can do for the VTY also. Okay, fine. Because lunch break is there, isn't it? So let's not waste time, then limited time was there. So in this way, I think it is clear what is the basic of network, isn't it? So network security does not mean only a small part. It is a very wide, broad area. You can do the network security in terms of physical mode, like we have done, just based on some hardware device you can implement. Or you can also implement security in terms of routing protocols by modifying the routing protocols, designing some detection algorithm by using machine learning to embed in the router so that it can detect automatically any malicious activities. Okay, fine. Okay, those who are online, I think it is fine. So we are stopping for today's session.
Any doubts you can ask now, offline participants? No. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for this wonderful session, and your practical insights and detailed explanations have greatly enhanced our understanding. The discussions on ARP spoofing, DHCP spoofing attacks in particular shed light on critical vulnerabilities and how to safeguard against them. We appreciate your time, effort, and valuable contributions, sir. So with this, we end up our forenoon session and we'll come back at 2 p.m. sharp. Okay. Over to the online participants as well. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. Welcome back to day 3 of 1 week FTP on secure cloud, artificial intelligence, and distributed system. So it's my pleasure to introduce the afternoon session. Dr. Didin Andrews is a scientist in cybersecurity group of CDAC Trivandrum. He has been involved in various projects funded by MIT, Controller of Certifying Authorities, Government of India, Ministry of External Affairs, and DST in the capacity of team members and project lead. He is a member of various expert committees in different organizations, including Software Technology Parks of India, Karnataka, State Cyber Forensic Lab, Bangalore Metro Rail Corporation Limited, Kerala Artisans Development Corporations, BEL, Kerala Police Academy, and STQC. He has conducted cybersecurity consultancy and audit services for Canara Bank, Indian Navy, BSNL, Ministry of Home Affairs, National E-Governance Services Limited, and Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust, Mumbai. He has played a role of technical coordinator for various corporate training programs conducted by SCADS for various government agencies. He is a recipient of the 2011 National Internet Exchange of India Young Internet Professional Fellowship. And also, he was an expert member of the Indian delegate to Africa under Indo-African multilateral ICT activities of the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. He has more than 5 publications in his credit. I welcome you, sir. Session is over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, you are able to hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, very clear.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chilambar, sir, for the introduction, and happy to be part of this faculty development program arranged by IIIT Kottayam, and also thankful to the team for inviting me for this particular session.
Sir, please try now. Now it's visible. Yeah, fine. Thank you. Your screen is visible, sir.
Yeah, fine. Okay, good afternoon. Once again, all the participants.
Audio is not clear, sir.
Yeah, okay. And my voice is also clear, right?
Yeah, now okay, sir. Earlier it was some
Hear
disturbance.
me, sir?
Now it's fine.
Is it audible? Okay,
Yeah. Yeah, you were
okay, okay, fine, fine.
Actually, it was some issue. Yeah, fine.
Okay, okay, fine. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, good afternoon once again to all the participants as well as organizers in IIIT Kottayam. In this particular session, I will be covering basically the various compliance and regulatory requirements as far as cloud onboarding is considered, as well as any enterprise. Normally, the trend is that they are moving from data center to the cloud infrastructure, and generally people are depending on various cloud service providers for hosting their applications and basically all their data storage, and where in cases where or that usage and other resources kind of aspect, cloud is the best alternative available in the current IT infrastructure scenario. But in the case of cloud, a lot of compliance requirements are also equally important, because I may be staying in India, I will be compelled to obey the rules or regulations of our specific country, or whoever it is using that country-wide regulations will be there, but the data may be hosted in outside the country. So we may need to look upon what are the regulations and rules being followed in that particular country, and there are cases where domains like fintech and healthcare, they may insist for storing the data in their own geographical area. So lot of regulations are coming into picture, and these regulations are normally linked with various technological controls, and country specific controls are there. Similarly, industry specific controls are there. Similarly, where to provide a global standards and certifications. Particular 45 minutes to 1 hour session, I will go through the various available specifically to cyber security with more focus on cloud. Organizations can basically align this framework, especially in the cloud environment. So the basic global as well as Indian regulatory landscape will be covered, and various as well as information security and IT organization also will be covered. And as far as secure OWASP top 10 specifically for API code review and specifically related with OWASP is there, and how this with various ISO standards coming to some of the frameworks which are industry-based security automation tools and automation technologies available, and we will be concluding the session with best practices and one sample as far as
Not audible, sir.
our Indian computer emergency response team is considered. So I will be moving to the next slide. So all of you know cloud relevant in this current era of IT. Now, if you are looking onto any application, earlier we were showing all the application going to any YouTube video or any Google Docs or any music or multimedia application sharing, always there is a process that a lot of synchronization will be there, wherein I may be creating one specific file and uploading, and the same file may be other people will be working in a collaborative way, in a synchronized way, and we are not knowing where exactly that storage is happening, and whatever the data which is being synchronized and stored across the country, we have to secure it in a proper way. And as far as internet technology is concerned, a lot of people are connecting to the whatever that internet means. We will be using multiple mobiles or laptops or any other devices, and wherever people are moving, and we are connecting to the established infrastructure in the form of cloud. If you are looking into the number of devices being used, always nowadays it will be, we can say that it will be very large compared to the number of people across the globe. So this is how the current technology is using. People will be creating some contents and uploading from some geographical location. People will be downloading or collaboratively working on that document or application. We are not, author is or creator of that particular content is not aware where exactly that data is stored, and whatever the stored data, it has to be in a properly secured manner. So if you are looking into any application, the synchronization, storage, and security is very much important. Now, we all are familiar with cyber security, but with relevant to this particular session, cyber security compliance is very important. So why cyber security compliance matters? See, normally whenever we are talking about cyber security, we are generally using the term risk, wherein there is a chances for exposure to cyber threats or any data breaches. So wherever compliance requirements are met, we will be, any organization will be focusing on the one initial part called as risk mitigation. And there may be a lot of country specific or sector specific legal and regulatory obligation. If you are looking into the Indian scenario in the banking field, everyone is supposed to comply. All the banks are supposed to comply with RBI guidelines. If it is an telecom or ISP service provider, they are supposed to bind with the regulatory mandates given by telecom regulatory authority. Similarly, for insurance sector, IRDA is there. So in general, compliance means it will be helping us to meet the legal as well as regulatory obligation. Then another thing is that if we are part of some organization, whether any government or private or wherever we are having some kind of customers or market is involved, if I am claiming that my organization is so and so certified, like ISO 27001 certified, or my cloud service is, I am availing a cloud service from a star certified cloud service provider, customer trust will also get increased, and we will be having a competitive advantage for any organization. They will be having, they will be able to enhance their market by meeting various security benchmark, and obviously governance and internal accountability. Then insurance and legal defensibility is also important. So if you are compliant to any particular rules or regulations given by the regulatory authority, assume that some cyber attacks or something is happening, at end of the day in the court or any other forum, we can say that we have followed all the security requirements as per the compliance requirements. So we can go, if the organization is going for a cyber insurance, they will get a lot of legal and financial support. And finally, always compliance will help any organization to have a continuous improvement, wherein one life cycle for process improvement, technology improvement, revising, continuous review, everything will be there. So in general, if someone is asking why cybersecurity compliance matters, risk mitigation, legal obligation, then market advantage, continuous improvement, lot of things are coming into picture. So now, if we are looking into the current cybersecurity threat landscape, what are the, we are all aware or knowing about various cybersecurity threats available, like a lot of evolving cyber threats like malware and ransomware attacks are there. Cloud security related specific threats are there, wherein supply chain vulnerabilities, wherein people will be using one software written by one particular firm, and there are chances that they may be illegally or some pirated version will be using open source components or libraries may be used in an unethical way with some kind of license violation. Then insider threats are very common, IoT and OT related security risk, and vulnerability in legacy systems. A lot of industries are following on the old legacy systems where a lot of vulnerabilities exist. Whenever the cloud or any other migrations are happening, there are chances that these vulnerabilities may get exploited more. And with this internet era, distributed denial of service and identity and access management failures also is important, because in cloud, many organizations will be connecting to one single setup. A lot of people, technologies are related to identity and access management. So failures related to this kind of scenario will lead to proper availability or access to the data or infrastructure. Then mobile device and application security, and geopolitical tensions and cyber warfare and regulatory changes and complaints are also there. So if one organization is not following the appropriate regulatory changes and complaints, obviously that itself will lead to a cyber security threat. And complaints in general, if you are talking, another advantage is that we can use, from an organization perspective, we can use that complaints process itself as a risk management tool. For any organization or enterprise, there will be a lot of frameworks available for risk identification, and it has to be aligned with enterprise risk management. Risk-based decision making is also a part of the current new generation risk management tool. Encourages continuous monitoring and improvement, and provides assurance to the stakeholders, facilitate incident preparedness and response. Now, if you are looking into the cyber security scenario, always if you are looking into the past till 2015 or 16, always organizations were focusing on detection and prevention. Now, the case strategy of cybersecurity landscape also has been changed. Now, detecting and faster mitigation or segregation of that device or infrastructure from the affected environment is crucial. So, always this risk management activity is focusing on facilitating incident preparedness and response. And it obviously promotes a culture of security and accountability, standardizes reporting and metrics, then bridges the gap between IT as well as the business goals, strengthens third-party risk management, bridges the gap between, already told, and the legal and regulatory protection. So if you are looking into the various regulatory changes, we can see that starting from 1974, a lot of regulations were there. I am just as of now stopping this particular graph is showing till 2015, because always cyber security and other regulatory complaints were, but after 2015 across the globe, regulatory aspects also has been changed in a drastic way. If you are looking into various cyber security related materials and other things, we can easily notice that after 2015, data privacy has become playing a crucial role in connection with cyber security. So if you are looking into all the rules which are focused till 2015, only that cyber security or data security kind of thing was only covered. But now after 2015, globally, all these regulatory rules, especially in India and even other countries also, they are aligned with the data privacy. So this is how the various regulations have come into picture, and it is being adopted across the globe. Now, if you are looking into some of the international standards related to cybersecurity, the most popular one is Information Security Management System, ISO 27001. For payment card, especially wherever credit card or card transactions are there, payment card industry data security standard PCI DSS is there, and wherever critical components has to be integrated in our infrastructure, always countries are insisting for a common criteria evaluated device. If you are onboarding or procuring any firewall or intrusion prevention system, all these device specific security is evaluated using common criteria evaluation, and specifically mapping to that thing, ISO has come up with a standard called as 15408, and wherever cryptographic module requirements are there, Federal Information Processing System fifth standards related to 140, then ISO 19790 is there. Then specifically for security controls, cloud services like ISO standards like ISO 27017 and 27018 is there. And on top of all those process related implementations, globally people are using OWASP top 10 for various web application infrastructure, IoT devices, then LLM large language models, AI related thing. Lot of classifications are there in the OWASP. So technology related things that risk are identified with the help of OWASP top 10 and aligned with various international standards. So globally, lot of standards are there. If you are taking the scenario of Indian context, there are most of the ministries or departments have come up with a lot of regulations in the country, starting from you all are aware about Indian IT Act 2000 and its amendment 2008. Aligned with that legal requirement, the government of India has introduced something called as Information Technology Reasonable Security Practices and Procedures and Sensitive Personal Data or Information Rules 2011. If you are having some understanding on this particular rule, we can easily map with them legal requirements of Indian IT Act are met with this particular regulation. Then we are having something called as Data Protection Bill. National Cyber Security Policy was introduced in the year 2015, and Indian Computer Emergency Response Team has come up with a lot of cyber security guidelines. Similarly, National Critical Infrastructure Protection Center is also having regulations specifically targeting the critical infrastructure in the country, like financial sector, power sector, telecom sector, and all. Then RBI has come up with its own cyber security framework, and now recently RBI has come up with data localization guidelines, where our data has to be kept while in generating the data, while in movement, or while data in rest, and similar to that. And telecommunications, the digital encryption rules 2017 is there. Then digital personal data protection rules, Digital India. As per the Digital India programs, lot of cyber security initiatives are there. And many of the ministries like food safety or Indian financial institutions cyber security framework connecting RBI, SEBI, and IRDA is there. Then Government of India has come up with a certain empanelment, wherein certain has identified more than 80 organizations in government as well as private sector. They can act as the auditors for any infrastructure or any applications. And Ministry of Urban Ministry has come up with the cyber security guidelines for smart cities. The National E-Governance Plan is there. Cyber security frameworks for Indian banking sector, cloud computing guidelines by my team. So, and cyber hygiene practices are there, again introduced by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So, with that global as well as Indian national level perspective on regulations, there are some industry specific regulations also there, especially if you are looking into the health domain, that regulations which is popular in US and other countries. HIPAA is there, then PCI DSS, and US based audit framework SOC 2, System and Organization Controls, then FISMA, Federal Information Security Modernization Act. Then all of you may be aware or heard about something called as GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation. And By following this GDPR, only most of the countries, more than 100 countries have come up with data protection related regulations. And in India, our country also has come up with DPDP Act, almost or 70 to 80% similar to this GDPR, but additionally 20% considering the Indian scenario, Indian legal system and other things, we are also having DPDP Act in place. Then ISO 27000 in general, they are being used in most of the industries. Then Basel 3, then SOX Urbanis Auxiliary Act is there for various public companies, GLBA, then Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program, especially for cloud services in US government, then COBIT, then CMMC, then ISO 27018 for personal data protection, exclusively in cloud computing is there, and similar other things are there. So these are some of the major industry-specific regulations for cybersecurity in general and in connection with cloud services. So if you are looking into the various trends in the regulatory expectations, see, whenever some rules or regulations are coming into it, there should be some basic rules to form the various regulations for any sector specific or country specific. One is, if you are looking into any security system, breach notification. Once one organization has identified that a breach has to be is identified, we have to notify it to any regulatory body or to the public and inform that you need not be panicking that thing, or there are possibilities that data is being compromised and you may get some kind of phishing or that kind of chances are there. So mandatory breach notification. Then wherever data protection is there, with this regulatory following various regulatory standards, that accountability is getting increased. Third party governance. Now, if you are looking into the banking scenario, lot of third parties are involved. Cloud may be provided by one particular service provider. Their softwares may be developed by some multiple third parties. Then their data center itself may be in some other physical premises, and their employees may be outsourced by various third parties. So these regulations are having more focus on various third-party onboarding activities, and third-party governance has become easier nowadays because of the regulatory implementation. Then cybersecurity resilience expectations. Obviously, all these cybersecurity requirements are envisaged or incorporated. Then privacy protection and user rights, increased scrutiny of cloud providers, cybersecurity reporting and audit. If you are part of a banking sector, or if you are part of an insurance sector, or if you are part of any telecom sector, cybersecurity auditing is mandatory in any country. Even in India also, they have to, irrespective of the sectors, they have to approach certain empaneled agencies for cybersecurity audits. Then risk-based compliance frameworks are there, and incident response and data protection. And finally, continuous monitoring of the security posture, like implementation of security operations center or onboarding managed security service providers, wherein they may be giving or carrying out continuous monitoring of the entire infrastructure. So if you are looking or into comparing with any of the cybersecurity or cloud security related regulatory guidelines, most of the regulatory guidelines are aligned with these minimum 10 or 12 requirements, and they have framed their various guidelines and policies based on these baseline regulatory expectations. So I'm just going through some of the specific information security related standards or framework. One is the popular one, and this is the across most, except in US and those kind of countries, especially in Europe, Asia, Australian, all these continents are more what I can say, they are most of the organization, irrespective of the domain, they are using ISO 27001. If my organization is ISO 27001, it is giving a minimum assurance that that particular organization is having some kind of baseline cybersecurity practices adopted in that organization. So basically, it is a risk-based information security management system approach, and there is a classification of various controls, control objectives, and domains. If we are looking into detail, around 93 controls spread across various technological, people factor, and operational related controls are available, and any organization who are going for ISO 27001, they have to have a detailed study on based on the 93 controls, and whichever is applicable, they have to devise or develop policies and procedure, and they have to be certified with them accredited certifying organization. Now, the next standard, ISO standard, specifically related to cloud security, is again an extension. It's not an extension. Basically, they have to be certified in ISO 27001. Additionally, cloud security, some controls will be used, wherein wherever cloud service onboarding is happening, they have to adopt the security guidelines specified in this particular ISO standard. And especially when if you are looking into what is the difference between ISO 27001 and ISO 27017 is that in 27017 the shared responsibilities. So because if you are shared means lot of things are there, lot of platforms are there, country specific rules may be there, and multiple organizations data may be hosted or placed in one single location. So lot of sharing aspect will be coming, and all these shared responsibilities as an addition to the ISO 27001 is addressed in 27017 cloud security standard, and it is again based on the ISO 27002 controls, which is common for 27001 and 27017. And again, coming to as an extension of 27001, we were having 27017, wherein shared responsibilities were defined properly. Now, the next standard is related to ISO 27018, especially how the personally identifiable information is protected in when we are using the cloud service. Focus mainly on the privacy part, especially in the public cloud, and contractual requirements for any cloud service providers, wherein how they are handling various personally identifiable information. And 27018, if you are looking or if you are closely studying, it is always aligned with GDPR requirements of UK. All these clauses mandated in GDPR is made applicable for 27018. So this is how from 27001 for cloud, additionally 27017 is there, and cloud-based personally identifiable information protection related things are applied with the help of 27018. Now, for any cloud service or any other infrastructure, business continuity is very much important, because our data has to be replicated in multiple places so that availability is addressed in case of any natural disaster or any other kind of technological or any other disruptions happening. Business continuity has to be basically availability of availability, which is the core component of cybersecurity, is addressed with the help of business continuity, helps to meet the business continuity planning and disaster recovery related regulatory needs. It normally covers how a crisis can be managed and proper drills can be carried out. All those guidelines will be covered in this business continuity ISO 22301, and various cloud resilience requirements are also covered in this particular ISO standard. Now, we are just moving to ISO 27701. Again, it is an extension of 27001, which is basically addressing privacy management. It is again an extension to 27001 and maps to GDPR and any most of the countries have come up with a lot of privacy laws. Even in our country also, when DPDP is getting implemented, if any organization is certified towards 27701, 99% of the requirements for DPDP Act of India will also get addressed. Normally, two terms are there. Personally identifiable information controller and processor roles, because I may be giving my personal data to one particular organization like SBI or any other organization, and they will be deciding or identifying some third parties to secure their data, and that kind of data processing may be handled by some third party process. So the various responsibilities for various PII controllers as well as processors are clearly defined in ISO 27701. And when we are talking about the PII controller and processor roles, it is not about securely storing the data. Assume the agreement, assume when I am giving or submitting some personal data to State Bank of India or ICICI Bank or any other bank, that agreement between the data provider or individuals like us and the organization is that they will be using that particular data for a period of 7 years. So PII controllers and processors has to clarity should be there after 7 years whether the data has been destructed or not. That information also we have to get back. But normally we may not be remembering where we have given the data, but still it is an obligation as per the act that they have to inform us saying that whatever the data collected has been properly secured or destructed without transferring to some other third parties or other entities. So this is again, when we are talking about 27701, though it is directly related with privacy management, as all the data is stored, most of them, 99.99% of the data is stored in cloud. This 27701 privacy management is also applicable for any cloud onboarding guideline. So I am just whatever that current 4 or 5 slides, I have just gone through various ISO standards. I can map that particular ISO standards to various compliance requirement in a single slide. ISO 27001 is mapped with information security management system. It is not cloud specific. It is in general for any enterprise or organization. People can map or use ISO 27001. When I am onboarding a cloud service provider, obviously I have to look for ISO 27017 as a standard, and the last one, when I need to look on the personally identifiable information, it has to be mapped with ISO 27018. Whenever BCP or business continuity planning and disaster recovery sites has to be implemented, I have to map that requirement with ISO 22301. And finally, whenever someone is talking about privacy, organization has to map their process aligned with 27701. So this is how ISO standards are getting normally across the globe. ISO standards are getting mapped to various compliance requirements. Now, something called as OWASP is there, Open Worldwide Application Security Project overview. Actually, I have written in a wrong way, but still now they have changed the full form to Open Worldwide Application Security Project. Now it is basically, wherever development is there, the developer focused security practices are implemented with people are following OWASP guideline. It supports both secure software development lifecycle and various other compliance related process. If you are looking into OWASP, also a lot of various categorizations of OWASP top 10 risk are there, and the most popular and famous one is Open Web Application Security Project, Common Web Risk, and the current web risk is mapping to these many 10 risk for any web application, broken access control, then wherever cryptographic failures are there, that has to be properly addressed, injection attack, then insecure design, security misconfigurations, wherever our applications or infrastructure are using vulnerable components, it has to be identified or inventoried in a proper way. And actually, this particular vulnerable components in the Indian context, it has been now mapped to the guidelines issued by the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team towards software bill of material. That is actually getting mapped to OWASP top 10. Then identification and authentication failures, data integrity failures, logging and monitoring failures, and finally, server-side request for the. So for any application web related, if you are going in a publicly hosting application, all these most of the top 10 issues has to be addressed. Now, with respect to API security, nowadays people are using third-party APIs, consuming a lot of API security. So API security related risks are also addressed by OWASP top 10. Again, broken level authorization, broken authentication, excessive data exposure, lack of rate limiting, broken function level authorization, mass assignment, security misconfigurations, injection, then improper asset management, and again insufficient logging and monitoring is also addressed. So nowadays, when any organization is involved in the development or related to any web application or web portals, these two top 10s related to API and web applications are important. And even OWASP is having a cloud native security top 10 risk. That is where our I will be going through this 10 cloud native security. One especially in the context of usage of containers. Container misconfigurations are the primary security risk. Then secrets management failure. Then various CI/CD pipeline risk, then orchestration weakness, network policies, gaps in the network policies, again supply chain issues wherein multiple vendors applications are getting used or deployed, and interconnectivity will be there, resource abuse, identity management, inadequate visibility, and legacy technology. So these are the top 10 cloud related technological security risks which is identified by OWASP. Now, linking of OWASP to compliance is also important because OWASP is directly mapping with all the technology related risk. That also has to be mapped with various complaints we have discussed in ISO 27001 and other things. So, secure coding practices, it is again defined in 2701 and 27034. Now, secure coding is clearly defined by OWASP as a specific risk category. Now, API related protections are addressed generally in GDPR and PCI DSS because a lot of banking related gateways it will be there, and our applications will be passing with the help of lot of API. So PCI DSS and GDPR, they are linking their requirement with API protections are linked. Then logging failures, whenever some kind of recording of logs has been failures, again that complaints can be mapped with them certain regulations in India. If they are in US, SOC 2 regulations has to be mapped. And regarding the least privilege, especially leading to the current trend of zero trust and all, again it is mapped with least privilege along with zero trust architecture and all is linked to the compliance requirement as per ISO 27001. So basically, compliance requirements will not specifically say that you have to go for this technology. They will not specifically say that one organization has to go for zero trust. They may have mentioned somewhere that least privilege has to be implemented. Accordingly, any enterprise architect or technological implementers, they have to identify the various technological aspect, and that has to be implemented. Now, cloud compliance challenges is also important. Now, one is the shared responsibility confusion. We have already discussed a lot of sharing is happening. Premise sharing will be there. Then same storage space will be shared. Multiple my data will be shared in sent in different locations. So shared responsibility confusion. Cross-border data transfers are also important because our data, we are not sure which are the gateways it is getting going through and where the actual data is getting stored. then limited visibility to see. We are not aware any cloud application developer or the whatever that system implementers, they are not knowing what exact security measures are there. We have to trust them. Cloud service provider saying that these many security things. We don't have any specific what is that privilege or activity defined, or we will not be having access to verify their security process. Only thing is that whatever their service level agreements they are talking, we have to depend on that thing. So limited visibility to the security and continuous compliance enforcement is also very critical, because all these cloud service providers, if you are looking into AWS or any other, they are governed by multiple countries' law. So compliance enforcement will be difficult for them. So these are some of the major cloud-related compliance challenges. Now, specifically to cloud security, one agency is there which is called as CSA, and they are having some kind of different metrics like CCM, cloud controls metrics is there, and something called as STAR registry is there, focusing on S for security, T for trust, A for assurance, and finally risk R for risk. So STAR registry, it's a major in India also. People are insisting that it has to be CSA certified. Basically, their third-party assurance managed with the component security, trust, assurance, and risk registry has been addressed. And it is this CSA guidelines are aligned with various ISO standards, National Institute, NIST standards, and GDPR requirements. So, as far as cloud alone is concerned, normally across the countries, CSA is the main guidelines followed by most of the vendors. And finally, when assume that in India, if our government is asking, they have to be ISO 27001, they will map their CSA related control metrics with ISO 27001, and they will meet the compliance requirement. Shared responsibility model is again cloud service cloud providers. Normally, they will be providing infra as well as platform. So, what are the things we are hosting in this infra or platform? Data is important, and identity is also important. Whether one person is identified to access that data which is hosted in that infra or platform, or whatever that controlled access provision to that apps is again defined, has to be defined properly, and various whatever that shared responsibility model changes from the various models. Infrastructure as a service is there, platform as a service is there, and software as a service is there. Whatever the cloud functionality any organization is availing, depending upon that, shared responsibility model also will be varied. So that the classification can be based on whether it is infra or platform. Then customers, whether data or identity or apps related data they are interested, and varies by various service platform, infrastructure platform, and software. So again, one standard which is followed globally, but in India, we are not practicing in a prominent ways. But obviously, within the next 3 to 5 years, obviously, this FedRAMP and other global cloud standards like NIST 800, then security, Federal Risk Authorization Management Framework will get adopted. So basically, all those standards are having the practice of security categorization. Whether if you are looking into the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team or OWASP technological implementation or any ISO 27001 audit or any other network audit, categorization of security risk is important. Low, moderate, high. Only thing is that some people may go for a qualitative categorization. Some frameworks will be following on a quantitative categorization. Example, what is the difference is that this low, moderate, high, it is a classic example of qualitative risk categorization, whereas any organization, if they are categorizing the risk starting from 0 to 10 countable thing, then we can call it as a quantitative security categorization. And as per FedRAMP and all other global cloud standards, continuous monitoring is very much important, and support for multi-cloud compliance is also very much important. So FedRAMP, if you are looking, they are basically focusing on security categorization, continuous monitoring, and support for multi-cloud compliance, especially in finance domain. Whatever that applications or data will get migrated. Now in India also, we are using various UPI related app. Then we may be connecting with SBI, Canara Bank, or multiple banks or the platform. They will be hosting their applications or data in multiple clouds. So that kind of compliance requirement is also very much essential. Then multi-cloud compliance gaps is also normally depending on some specific tools and SLAs are there. Inconsistent logging and controls is also another challenge which is going to get, we need to face that kind of thing, because we are multiple platforms are there, time synchronization, or the format in which logs are getting stored, the controls on which logs are identified. Then the term related to data sovereignty is also very much important, because nowadays what happens is that most of the countries that data is getting circulated or transferred to various countries. So data sovereignty is nothing but wherever the data is getting originated, that law of that particular land has to be followed properly in adopting all the cloud service providers. Then privacy enforcement complexity is also important. Then continuous compliance and automation. Lot of technologies are there, like CSPM, then wherein misconfiguration detection is there, then CIEM, access entitlement management is there, cloud access entitlement management, then DevSecOps integrations and auto remediation. Then in the cloud set for any cloud environment, identity access management and access control is very much important. So if you are looking into the identity and access management and access control, basically all the cloud service providers are having two things, which my first point, so basically 4 points. Second one and the third one is common to any security related requirement. Least privilege enforcement, like zero trust, periodic reviews is common to everywhere. But role-based access control and something called as one new term is there, especially for cloud, joiner, mover, leaver policies. Because the in any organization, especially multi-span organization, that employees' life cycle is important. How the employees, where they have joined, what kind of privileges is available with him, and whenever he is moving from one location or one what is that within department wise transfer, then like bigger companies like Infosys or any other countries, if they are deputed to some other client location, their account may be with the parent organization. So that mover aspect of the employee is also very much crucial in any cloud. Then finally, leaver policies. One employee leaves the organization, what has to be done with that particular account. So for any cloud related identity access management, this employee life cycle or any resource life cycle, like it need not be any person also, any resource, when it is being integrated to our infrastructure, it may be moving from project to project or location to location, or we are disconnecting it from, including employee as well as other resources. JML policies are also important. Then role-based access control. And with respect to data protection and encryption, two keywords are there. The protection mechanisms when data at rest, as well as data in transit. That encryption, how it has to be implemented. Then key management systems implementation and hardware security modules. Tokenization and masking, especially in the context of Aadhaar or that kind of UIDA requirement. Tokenization is and masking, partially hiding the data and fully hiding whatever that masking of data, everything is important. And again, if you are closely looking into all these data protection and encryption, most of the rules across the world, various countries, it is aligned with GDPR and ISO 27018. Then finally, logging and monitoring, we have already talked as per as a case study. Normally in the Indian context, any logs has to be kept for a 180 days life cycle. And after that, based on the minimum number of log retention period, at any time, I will be able to access the log in an online way within a period of 6 months. And after that, we have to go for an offline or archival mode, and case-to-case basis for UIDA, different requirement will be there. RBI, different requirement will be there. Then this kind of logs and data will get archived. A centralized security information and event management system is required for the continuous monitoring. Then threat detection and various alert mechanism in the form of service desk or calls or emails has to be implemented. And always important is that for any log or monitoring activity, it has to be audit readiness for audit 24/7, because these MSS or centralized SIM or SOC providers are working on a 24/7 time frame. So they should be ready for, as per our certain mandate, they have to be ready for any kind of audit at any point of time. Audit readiness is also important. Then data localization and sovereignty, we have already said. In India, RBI and certain and DPDP rule is mandating for data localization, where the data has to be stored in a local premise or wherein the data center is within the country. Then if they are taking the data outside India, India's law has to be applicable wherever they are storing, that is relating to the data sovereignty part. And the cloud region selection is also important. Then hybrid cloud consideration, everything has to be taken care with the help of data localization. Then business continuity and resilience is also important. We have already discussed on the standards like BCP and DR test and documentation. Then RTO, sorry, I don't remember the full form. RTO. Time objective, the time frame in which we can retrieve any data and it can withstand any failures. So RTO, so RPO are the two terms used for the business continuity measurement parameter. Then cloud native resilience platforms are there. Again, compliance lies in okay, sorry, recovery time objective and point. Okay, the time. Okay, thanks. Complaints lies in ISO 22301. So security tools for complaints. Nowadays, people are all knowing about the various technological related complaints in the form of security auditing tool, patch management systems, then log monitoring facilities and all. But the next generation security, wherever cloud and multiple organizations or third parties are coming into picture, compliance requirements are met through the platform specifically called as GRC platform like RSA, Archer, then cloud security, poster management like Prisma, WIS, then CIM, cloud infrastructure, entitlement management, audit automation. So these are the next generation automation requirements or compliance requirements which countries or organizations will start adopting. So audit and reporting is also important. And whenever we are talking of any audit, internal audit is mandatory for any cloud service provider or whoever is availing internal audit, as well as they have to go for a third-party audit. Policies has to be audited. SOPs, standard operating procedures, and evidence collection, how it is being done. Pre-audit checklist has to be prepared. Then communication and remediation planning. If some audit activity is identifying some specific issues, how it is being communicated, how that remediation happening? What is the frequency allotted for that thing? So now in the next nowadays itself, it has started, especially in the finance domain, especially banking domain and all. Top management is having a key role in the security aspects. So governance and risk also has to be included as part of security, starting from the selection of cloud service provider till that ongoing implementation. That governance or top management role is also specifically defined, and everything is subject to the audit and proper reporting. So, as a case study, in the Indian scenario, we are having something called as compliance with Computer Emergency Response Team of India requirement. A cloud-based SOC setup has been established by certain, which is called as National Cyber Coordination Center, where they are monitoring the entire banking sector data centers and various telecom service providers and all. And a 6-hour incident reporting via APIs is given, and log storage policy adaptation also has been defined properly in the Indian context. And certain itself is having some kind of certain simulators are there, wherein we can go with whatever that or understand how we are aligned with the requirements, compliance requirement of Computer Emergency Response Team. Also, certainly has introduced something called as audit metadata framework, wherein the audited information about the audit data from the empaneled auditors are stored and analyzed properly. As of now, in the Indian context, cloud-related audit mechanism was not properly monitored, but in the coming 1 or 2 years, certain will go for the complete audit requirements for the cloud part also. So, with all this background, where the opportunity and strategy for any organization or any individual like researcher or academic institution, see, we all know lot of solutions are existing in part, like firewall is there, or some kind of host-based security mechanisms are there. User profiling is there. Lot of cyber forensics or incident analysis activities are there. Now the thing is that whenever we are talking about firewall, some firewalls are there. Network-related intrusion prevention systems are there in a vertical way. Now, the next generation, or it has already been started, a domain-specific modeling, example, identifying some selected domain, that security for fintech domain, or security for SCADA, or health sector, or women and child safety. All those kind of domain-specific modeling will come into picture as an extension to the existing cyber security practices. And with all these, whatever that technological or compliance requirements for any system, if you are going for a cloud or any other infrastructure, people factor is also important. If you are looking into all the cyber security or information security guidelines or compliance requirement, the people is also people are playing the major role. So we all know we can patch a system very easily. The problem is that, but we cannot patch any human element, especially sitting adjacent to you or you yourself. Your experience will answer, and security practices should be part of the daily exercise. And finally, the opportunity lies here. A technology that can give you everything you want is a technology that can take away everything that you have. And with this, I am concluding this particular session. Now, if you want to ask some 2-3 questions, it is open, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Any offline participants, if you have any doubts, you can have. Any doubts? Over to the online participants, we are having around 35 participants. You can unmute yourself and ask if you have any doubts. Hope everything is clear. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful session. Out of all of these sessions, this session stood out for its depth and practical relevance. Thank you for sharing your expertise and enriching our understanding. Thank you once again, sir, on behalf of our community.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Bye.
And now we are going to have a 10-minute break, and our next session will resume after 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
So here's has a proven track record in helping these organizations optimize their cloud investments. His strategic approach and commitment to excellence enables business to achieve greater efficiency and performance and long-term success. So I would like to hear from you, Tony, with your vast experience. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Think am I audible? Is everything good?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah. Okay, sure. So just pardon me because I will be looking into the left side of my screen because I'm using two monitors. My camera is in right side, whereas the screen is in left side. That's why.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, sure. So I know like for a fact that there was continuous sessions for
Tony,
the
your
past.
screen is not visible.
Yeah, I'm yet to share the screen, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me start sharing. Let me know if you guys are able to see my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So I hope those who are joined online also are able to hear me properly. So yeah, so I'm just want to understand, like I'm not sure like this is the right audience to share these details because I could see there is a wide variety of audience in the group, from the professors to the students and all. So I hope I'm able to give some insight to Azure from NoSQL perspective as well as the security perspective. So yeah, here I'll turn off my camera for the bandwidth purpose so that it won't interrupt our session if there is any drop in the connectivity also. So yeah, I think.
Yeah, sure. No issue.
Sure. Thank you, sir. So let me start with the session. So I'm not sure many of you are maybe new to Cosmos DB. So Azure Cosmos DB is actually a NoSQL offering given by Microsoft. So today's our session is more focused on the NoSQL part of the Azure Cosmos DB, and we have focusing more on the MongoDB part of in the session, as well as we will be focusing on certain security and privacy aspects of this Cosmos DB. So yeah, so this is what is Azure Cosmos DB. We'll have to start with the basics of what is this Cosmos DB before we progress to the next topic. So Cosmos DB is actually a globally distributed multimodal model database service provided by Microsoft. It is designed to offer high availability, scalability, and low latency access to data for modern applications which require low latency. So in the space of NoSQL, unlike traditional relational database, we have multiple data models. If you see, we have key value models, graph, columnar family data models, as well as document databases. So Azure Cosmos DB actually provide support for all these four kinds of database models, and that spans between the native offering of NoSQL, and we have the offerings of MongoDB, Table API, Gremlin, and Cassandra. So all these five APIs are all supported by Azure Cosmos DB. So whenever you are creating the database, you just need to select which API that you are looking for. Those APIs will be differ based on the use case scenarios and the use of the database for your scenarios. So Azure Cosmos DB has a flexible combined feature like automatic indexing, multi-master replication, and integrated security with the Cosmos DB as a powerful solution for building scalable, high-performance applications in the cloud. The key features of Azure Cosmos DB is its ability to provide turnkey global distribution. With a single click, you can distribute your database across the regions which are available in Azure. The second one is the elastic scale out of the storage and throughput. So without any downtime, you can scale up or scale out your database without thinking much about the storage that you need and the throughput that you require. The next guarantee low latency at 99 percentile. So if your application is very critical and the latency that you are looking for is very minimal, then this is the right application, right database that you can look into. So there is like comprehensive SLA is also covered in this here. We will talk in detail about these features of Cosmos DB later. So today we are focusing more on the MongoDB API. So we are selecting one API which is like widely used by many developers and many organizations across the world, so that it will be much familiar for the wide audience that we have today. So MongoDB with Azure Cosmos DB offers a seamless experience for developers by allowing them to use familiar languages of MongoDB tools that they really rely on. It's a native Azure service that speaks the MongoDB web protocol. It ensures compatibility and ease of integration with existing applications. This means developers can spend more time focusing on creating and enhancing their application thanks to automatic and transparent sharding that simplifies the data distribution and scaling. Furthermore, Azure Cosmos DB empowers developers to build innovative applications powered by Azure AI, adding intelligence to their solution through API calls. By integrating AI models effortlessly, developers can enhance their application with advanced features and insights, driving greater value and user engagement. Azure Cosmos DB provides instant up and down scaling with auto scale features, ensuring zero warm-up period for seamless adjustment. It offers cost-effective, granular, unlimited scaling through sharded collection, allowing the efficient data distribution and management. Additionally, Azure Cosmos DB supports geo-replication, enabling data to be replicated across multiple regions to enhance availability and resilience of the application. With the multiple write location for the same data, which is an active configuration, it ensures high availability and consistency, allowing for a concurrent writes from the different regions. Azure Cosmos DB, this is where we are explaining the high availability. So it offers an impressive availability with up to 99.999 for RU model. And we have another for Vico model, which is actually 99.995%. So this availability means that in an year, your database will be available for the 99.999 percentile of the time. With it designed to be easy to configure, ensuring a smooth setup process. Additionally, it provides free continuous backup for 7 days in RU-based model and up to 35 days in a Vico-based model. So we will be discussing in detail about these features and later. Also, Azure Cosmos DB is a fully managed database service. It's actually a SaaS service that comes with native Azure integrations, eliminating the need for you to build or maintain these connections. It offers cost-efficient and granular scalability through sharded collection, ensuring you to only pay for the resources you use With the serverless capacity mode, you are charged solely for the operations when you use the database, making it flexible for economical choice. Additionally, there is a free tier provided for the first time users with 1000 RUs and 25 GB of storage for free forever in the RU architecture. And while the vCore architecture offers a 32 GB storage with the free compute. So here we are going to explain a bit of features that we have with Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB database. So Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB is designed to be fully compatible with existing MongoDB applications, tooling, drivers, and SDKs. This compatibility ensures that the developers can seamlessly migrate their existing MongoDB workloads to Azure Cosmos DB without any code change. So if you are familiar with MongoDB or even native Mongo applications, if you are using in your college project or anything, you can definitely give it a try in Azure Cosmos DB, and you can make use of your existing ecosystems to connect to this cloud service without making much changes. So even Azure Cosmos DB, MongoDB SDK supports popular programming languages including Node.js, Python, Java, .NET, and it works effortlessly with the Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB. This compatibility provides a smooth transition and allows you to leverage the powerful features of Azure Cosmos while maintaining the familiarity and functionality of Mongo. So Azure Cosmos MongoDB offers two distinct pricing models. It's like based on the requirements, the request unit or RU model and the vCore model. So RU model is throughput-based pricing model where you pay for the number of requests. That's actually a request units per second, which is a metrics used by Cosmos DB to calculate the cost of a request that your database operation consumes. This model provides a flexibility and scalability, allowing you to adjust the throughput based on your application's need. On the other hand, vCore model is a compute-based pricing model that charges based on the number of virtual cores and the amount of memory allocated to your database. This model is ideal for predictable workloads and offers a more traditional approach to pricing. Both models ensures that you can choose the best option for your specific use cases, balancing cost and performance effectively. Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB offers seamless native integration with the various Azure services, enhancing the overall functionality and performance of your applications. By integrating with Azure App Service, you can fully host, fully manage web applications with ease. Azure Functions and Azure Static Web App provide seamless computing options and allowing you to build and deploy APIs and static website efficiently. For containerized application, Azure Kubernetes Service AKS offers a managed Kubernetes environment, while Azure Container Apps provide a seamless container services. Additionally, Azure Virtual Machines give you a full control of your compute environment. These integrations enable you to leverage the full power of Azure ecosystem, ensuring scalability, security, and high availability for your workloads. So Azure Cosmos DB, as we mentioned, it offers two distinct pricing model. One is request unit and the other one is vCore model. The RU model is a throughput-based pricing approach where you just need to pay for the number of request units per second that your database operates consume. This model provides flexibility and scalability, allowing you to adjust the throughput based on your application need. For instance, if your application experiences variable traffic, you can scale up or down the RUs to match the demand, ensuring cost efficiency and optimal performance. This model is particularly beneficial for applications with unpredictable workloads as it allows for dynamic adjustments of resources. On the other hand, VICO model is a compute-based pricing approach that charges based on the number of virtual cores and the amount of memory allocated to your database. This model is ideal for the predictable workloads and offers more traditional approach to pricing. The VCore model, you have a fixed amount of compute and memory resources, which can simplify budgeting and cost management. This model is suitable for applications with a steady and predictable usage patterns and provide a consistent performance level without the need for frequent adjustment. Additionally, the VCore model can be advantageous for organizations that prefer a more straightforward pricing structure based on compute resources. So now we are going to look few difference between these two models and which one is right for a workload. You can choose RU-based model if you are looking for an application that run long-running queries and complex aggregate pipeline. Whereas if you are looking for something that runs a short-running queries that require consistent performance, then you need to opt in for a request unit model. Similarly, VCO 1 has a high capacity vertical and horizontal scalable options, whereas RU1, you have a limitless instantaneous horizontal scalability. The VCore model provide vertical scale as well as, whereas the RU model that doesn't provide vertical scaling, it is purely based on the horizontal scalability. The next option that you need to keep in mind is whether you are need a dedicated instance that run the way you need to use the deliver performance based on the database usage, or if you are looking for a cloud native service with instantaneous scaling that offers consistent performance. And the last point that usually people look into selecting this category is based on what they want to spend on. If you want a consistent flat fee or a constant fee for your services, then you need to look for the VCore model where the compute and storage are fixed and you will be paid for the usage of those fixed compute and storage. Whereas RU model, you have the choice of selecting a throughput auto scale model, or the cost will be based on the RU usage and consume storage. So we will be focusing more on VCO model for today. So it's more compatible. So the VCO model, Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB, is a fully managed MongoDB compatible database service. And it is perfect for developers planning to migrate an existing application or build a new one to the Azure. VCO-based Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB provide a familiar architecture along with the scalability, flexibility that Azure is known for. The total cost of ownership for VCO model is low compared to the peers in the market. It supports familiar integration with the existing tools. It is deeply integrated with the Azure ecosystem. Managing resources with the vCore-based Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB is straightforward and efficient. The service works seamlessly with Azure Monitor, Azure CLI, and other Azure tools. The integrated vector search feature is a highlighting feature of vCore-based Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB that empowers developers to build AI applications more efficiently. It simplifies the data indexing and querying for AI services. So now we are just going through a basic architecture and the features related to high availability. So Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB vCore, it actually provides high availability, ensure that there is a uninterrupted database operations by maintaining a standby replica. So for every cluster that you are scheduling in Azure, if you are opting for a zone redundant high available cluster, there will be a hot standby that will be on standby And if there is any interruption or issue that is observed in the primary, the requests are routed to the hot standby or the secondary one. This is how it is achieving a high availability throughout the year. The second option that we have here is the scalability, how the scalability is happening in Azure Cosmos DB for vCore. It's provide exceptional scalability, enabling applications to handle increased workload effectively. The Cosmos DB for MongoDB vCore options allow you to scale the system vertically as well as horizontally. Vertically, in the sense you can scale a single machine to a higher vCore count up to 64 vCore count, or if you want to increase the size to the storage, you can increase it up to 4 TB of data. Similarly, you can scale up horizontally. You can add additional machines with the same configuration so that the database workload is distributed across multiple machines. So next feature, which is actually a recent feature we have introduced in Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB, is the vector search feature. Azure support as a vector store, and a vector store or a vector database is a database designed to store and manage vector embedding, which are a mathematical representation of the data in a high dimensional space. In this space, each dimension corresponds to a feature of the data, and tens of thousands of dimensions might be used to represent sophisticated data. A vector position in this space represents its characteristics, words and phrases, or an entire document, an image, audio, and other type of data that can all be vectorized. In a vector store, vector search algorithms are used to index and query embeddings. Some well-known vector search algorithms, including hierarchical navigational small world, HNSW, inverted files, IVF, disk, and etc., are available for MongoDB for Cosmos DB. Vector search is method that help you to find similar items based on their exact data characteristics rather than by exact match on a property field. This technique is useful in applications such as searching for a similar text, finding related images, making recommendations, or even detecting anomalies. It is used to query the vector embeddings of your data that you created by using machine learning models by using an embedding API. Examples of embedding APIs are Azure OpenAI embeddings or Hugging Face on Azure. Vector search measures the distance between the data vectors and your query vector. The data vectors that are closest to your query vector are the ones that are found to be most similar semantically. In the integrated vector database in Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB, embeddings can be stored, indexed, and queried alongside with the original data. This approach eliminates the extra cost of replicating the data in a separate pure vector database. Moreover, this architecture keeps the vector embedding and original data together, which better facilitate the multi-model data operations and enable greater data consistency, scalability, and performance. So here are some features that offered by Azure if you want to migrate your existing data in a different cloud or an on-prem to Azure. There is a migration assessment, pre-migration assessment that you can perform on the existing workload that will provide an detailed report on what are the syntax compatibilities, feature compatible, and it creates a complete list of what are the warnings and incompatible that are not available in Azure, which you can make the necessary rectification to migrate it before migrating into Azure. So this is the existing extension that you can use is currently hosted in Azure Cosmos DB in Azure Data Studio. So it's an extension that you can use with Azure Data Studio, where you will have a intuitive user interface to walk through the different features available. So I'm not going to that detail today into that topic. Another option that help you to migrate from an existing workload to Azure is the offline migration, where you will be using the data migration MongoDB extension to get the report of what are the features that are available in Azure. And then you can make the necessary changes in your existing workloads to prepare it for migrating to Azure. There are native tool support for the migration of offline services, which are usually recommended for database that are in small in size, less than 10 GB, so that you can use the Mongo export, Mongo import, or Mongo dump and restore commands to migrate from your existing workloads to the Azure one. So there is a Visual Studio Code providing extension also that is actually integrates the use of MongoDB Vico from your native or from your desktop as well. These were just the overall features and the features available in Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB. So the next part of this topic, I'm planning to cover the security overview in Azure, which is actually more aligned to the topic or the session that we are having today. So this Azure Cosmos DB, as I mentioned, it's actually a distributed database. So we have to be really thinking about the security of this database. So these are the features that are available in Azure Cosmos DB in a cloud perspective. The security topic that we are covering today is for all Azure cover services, irrespective of the API. So whenever you are deploying an Azure service with Azure Cosmos DB for NoSQL, you should deploy it with a configuration that restricts a network access to an Azure deployed virtual network. The account is exposed to a specific subnet for your configuration. Then you can disable the public network access for the entire account and use a private endpoint exclusively for services that connect to the account. That way you can secure your Cosmos DB using the network security options. The another option that enforce the security is the use of identity management. Managed identities eliminate the need to manage credentials by providing an automatically managed identity in Azure Microsoft Entra ID. Use of managed identity to securely access Azure Cosmos DB from Azure service without embedding credentials can help you to improve your security. The next option would be to enforce the TLS 1.30 version to enforce a high level data security in transit with the latest cryptographic protocol, ensuring strong encryption and improved performance. The data stored in Azure Cosmos DB are encrypted in Rust as well as in Motion using service managed key or even customer managed keys. This protects sensitive data by encrypting it at rest and in transit. You can use service managed key for simplicity or customer managed key for a greater control over encryption. So we are going in bit details about the network security part. Cosmos DB support firewall security where there is a multi-layer of protection is given to the user data. It will help you to allow a specific IP access to the database or allow a range of IP to the database, or a combination of both. The backend logs are captured for any deny operations that block the request based on the firewall. It supports VNet and subnets in the VNet. With the use of VNet, you can either use a service endpoint or a private endpoint. So today, later point, I will be just demonstrating how we can configure the network security from Azure portal. I will be just walking through the Azure portal later. So the next one is the service endpoint that allows the Azure Cosmos DB account to restrict access to your Cosmos DB account to traffic coming from your Azure virtual network only. Service endpoints enable you to configure your Azure Cosmos DB to accept traffic only from specific subnets within your VNet. This means that even though Cosmos DB account has a public IP, it will only allow connections from the designated subnets. When service endpoints are enabled, traffic from your VNet to Azure Cosmos DB is routed directly to the Azure resources. The second option is a private endpoint. On the other hand, it provides a more secure and private connection to your Azure Cosmos DB account. The private endpoints deploy a network interface with a private IP address within a subnet in your VNet. This setup ensures that all traffic to the Azure Cosmos DB account is routed through a private IP address. By using private endpoints, you can completely isolate your Cosmos DB account from public internet, ensuring that access is limited to the resources within your VNet. The key difference between these two is the access control. The service endpoint restricts the access based on the VNet subnets, while the private endpoint uses private IPs to address within the VNet to ensure complete isolation from public internet. Service endpoints route traffic directly to Azure resources from the VNet, whereas private endpoints ensure that all traffic is routed through private IP addresses and via backbone of Azure services only. The other major point that we usually discuss when we think about security is how the authentication and authorization is happening for Cosmos DB. The Cosmos DB operations are mainly categorized into two kind of operations. One is control or management plane operations. The other one is data plane operations. The control or management plane operations are the operations that help you to manage the resources, enable global distributions, make changes for the firewalls, enable logging, and even help you with the key access configurations. All the control plane operations are authenticated using Azure Active Directory integrations. The second part is the data plane operations. The data kind of operations such as reading, writing data, or executing queries are classified as data plane operations. Here, we have the options to use a master key, a resource token, and Azure Active Directory integrations. So these are the set of operations that are allowed by the master keys. So if you look at the Microsoft Entra ID, which was actually formerly known as Active Directory, has the full access based on the role that you are configuring for the user. It has the complete account management access, resource management access, and data plane operations. Whereas the master key, kind of a password for Cosmos DB, only provides you with the resource management and data plane operations access. Part of monitoring. So Azure Cosmos DB offers, or Azure Services offers, multiple ways to monitor your data. There are Azure audit logs that are captured by default, and you can monitor that account access from the audit logs. It even allows the users to create additional monitoring and even support a full text query where you can see what was the exact query that was executed. This features has to be enabled from the portal or using CLI, but the options are still there based on the use cases. Then there is Azure Metrics tab where you can review all your requests, the status of the metric dashboard, etc. Now coming back to the encryption. Encryption at rest is referred to the encryption of data on non-volatile storage devices such as SDK, SSD, and HTT. The primary database in Azure Cosmos DB are stored in SSDs. The media attachments and the backups are stored in Azure Blob Storage, which are also typically backed up by HTTs. All user data is stored in Azure Cosmos DB, is encrypted at rest, and is transported by default. There are no controls for a person to turn on or turn off encryption, and it is on by default, and Cosmos DB uses AS256 encryption across all region where the account is running. The data is automatically and seamlessly encrypted with the keys managed by Microsoft. That's the inner layer that you are seeing, which we call as service managed keys. But it also gives the users an option to encrypt on top of the existing encryption. Basically, we call it as double encryption or second layer of encryption using a customer managed key. So service managed with by default, Cosmos DB uses service managed keys to do the encryption, where the Azure itself manages the key. The key rotation and the services of the key are fully managed by Azure by the service. The independent implementation from customer don't need to even think about this encryption part. Everything is handled by Azure team itself. It's a first layer of protection and it is always enabled. For customers who are keen on providing a double layer of encryption, they are provided with the customer managed key encryption on top of the service managed key encryption. Here, customer can use a custom managed key managed by the customer to encrypt on top of Azure managed keys. The key rotations and all the responsibility of securing the key falls on the customer side. Customer need to resides or keep the keys in Azure Key Vault for the second layer of protection. It considers a second layer of protection. Azure Cosmos DB also support always encrypted option where the encryption can be start from the client side itself. This has given full control to the developers on the key storage and what key they need to use for the encryption. So the data sent from the client to the Cosmos DB itself is encrypted from the client side, and the DB doesn't have the keys that is used by the client to encrypt the data. And those who are interested to explore Azure Cosmos DB, they are providing a free tier options where user can develop, test and run small production workloads with zero cost. And it provides a Mongo cluster with a 32 GB storage, and it provides all the features like easy to start, use your existing clusters, use your existing tools, and easy effortless onboarding. Also, it provides the easy integration option where you can test and develop without any financial commitment. There's a seamless upgrade option also. If you want to upgrade to a paid version, you can upgrade to an existing paid version seamlessly without any issue. So that's all for the presentation part. I just want to check with all of you guys if you have any questions for now, or we can proceed with the demo part.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
So you may
Yeah.
proceed with the demo part, and once it's over, we'll go ahead with the questions, sir.
Sure, sure.
Thank you.
So Okay. Are you guys able to see my screen? The Azure portal open? I hope the portal screen is visible for everyone. Okay, so Azure Service Portal actually start as portal.azure.com. You can go to the portal.azure.com URL. You can use your credentials. If you have an existing Azure account, you can use your credentials and log into that one. But just I will have a quick demo on how to create a Cosmos DB and what are the network security features that you can use when you create a Cosmos DB. So if you search in the search bar, you can search for Azure Cosmos DB. It will bring you to a pane here with the create button. So earlier we were talking about multiple APIs available for Cosmos DB. So the recommended APIs are two. One is NoSQL one, which is actually natively developed by Azure. The second one is actually MongoDB option. And there are additional like Table API, Gremlin API, Cassandra, and PostgreSQL. So let's go with the recommended NoSQL one. So I'm not going to create now because it usually takes some time to create. I already have an account already created for this demo purpose, but I just want to show you the options in the security area. So the first one is the network option, where you have the option to enable connectivity from all network or just selected network, or you can opt in for a private endpoint. By default, the TLS security is configured as 1.2, so you cannot go back to a lower version, but you can enforce a 1.3 version from your client side. The next security aspect is the disabling and enabling of a key-based authentication. Earlier, I explained in the slides that Cosmos DB support both Entra ID authentication as well as a key-based access. So if you are purely want to configure or disable the use of a key, you can opt in the option to disable key-based authentication when you create the account, or you can do it at later point of time. The another option is the use of data encryption key. By default, it is selected with the service managed key, which is actually managed by Azure. But if you want, you can even opt in for a customer managed key where you need to give the details of the key that is stored in Azure Key Vault. So once every details are filled, you can go and review and create it here. So once everything is created, so here it's actually an overview plane of Azure Cosmos DB, NoSQL DB, where you will have the details of the status of the DB, locations where the DB resides, whether what is the URI that you need to use to connect to the database, etc. So today we are just going to focus on the authentication, authorization, and the security part of this Cosmos DB. So earlier in left side, you can see under settings, there will be a networking tab. So for my demo purpose, I have disabled the public access. But if you want to enable the public access, you can select this option where you will have the option to whitelist a virtual network, or you can even whitelist certain IPs based on your requirement. A single IP you can whitelist, or an IP range you can whitelist. So I'm just discarding that option. So right now the public access for this account is disabled. it only support private access. So the private access is where we need to create a private endpoint. So today for the demo purpose, I have created a private endpoint to an Azure VM. This private endpoint is actually connecting to an Azure VM. And I have already connected to that Azure VM from my machine. So as the first step of demo, we want to see how that access from outside the Azure service will behave when you have a public access is disabled for your account. So I have just written a basic code in Python that will be used to connect to DB and just query the database. So basic code, I'm just running it from my local. This is actually my local machine where I am running this code. So I'm selecting the option to connect using connection string. So coming back to the portal, left side under settings, you can see there is a tab called keys. So if you go there, you will see URI as well as primary key, secondary key. Similarly, there is a primary connection string and a secondary connection string. Once you click on the I button here, it will actually reveal your settings, your key details and everything. This connection string actually should be secure. You should not share it with anyone. But even if it gets shared or something, you can click on here to rotate the key. So once you click on here, it will regenerate the key so that the existing key will not be valid anymore. So coming back here, I'm just providing my key here to so that it will try to authenticate to my DB. So you can see that there is an error pop up, which is actually stating that connection is forbidden. Request originated from an IP for 4.194.122.136, actually through public internet. This is blocked by Cosmos DB account firewall settings. So as I was showing earlier, I restricted my Cosmos DB access to all the services through a private endpoint. Since this is trying to access my DB from the local, even though it has the key, it is still not able to access my Cosmos DB account and it is getting the forbidden error. So I have opened the similar code in my Azure VM virtual machine where I have kept multiple options for the authentication and authorization part. I'm just executing the same query, same script here. So here we have multiple authentication mechanism. I have given samples for multiple authentication mechanism. I'm trying to see if that if I am able to access the DB using the connection string. So I'm selecting the option here one and it's asking me to share the connection string. I'm pasting the connection string there. So here you can see that I'm getting a different error. So earlier it was a firewall error. Here it says local authorization is disabled. So as I was saying, when I was creating a new Cosmos DB account, I have the option to disable or enable access through a Cosmos DB key. So for this account, currently I have disabled it. That's why it says unauthorized access. Local authorization is disabled. You can only use AID token. So let's go back to the Azure portal. In Azure portal, the local authentic authorization we can enable using a CLI command. So for that, we have Cloud Shell that will actually help you to run any CLI command for your Azure services quickly without configuring any other services from your local system or anything. So it's trying to connect to my cloud terminal. Once it is connected, I'll have to provide few details to enable the local authentication. So, okay, so it's the Cloud Shell is alive now. So I'm just declaring two variables. The first variable is actually my Cosmos DB account name. is actually TT NoSQL DB, and the resource group name is actually TT Cosmos. So I have declared two variable now. Now I'm using the command to get the details into a variable. The Cosmos DB details are retrieved to a variable here. It's called a Cosmos DB. So the same thing you can select, or you can verify whether your account is using, or your account is already disabled a local auth or not, by going under automation. If you click on the export template options, it will actually generate the current settings of your account here, and it will generate the details there. Or you can use a command with the show details to see if the current database is disabled or enabled. So here, this option, you can see that I'm using AZ Cosmos DB show command. It's actually having the resource group name, Cosmos DB account name, and I'm just querying the value against disable local auth. You can see that it is disabled, true. That's why we were receiving that error when we tried to connect it using a connection string or a key. So now I'm trying to update the Cosmos DB value of disable local auth so that I want to enable it for connecting. So here I am just issuing a command, a show resource update command for this Cosmos DB account, where I'm setting the property disable local auth equal to false. Basically, I'm trying to update this disable local auth option from true to false so that it will allow my connection using connection string. While it is getting executed, I just want to show this template where you can see that there are multiple options here, and the same option we queried using a CLI command is also given here. The existing current value is disable local auth equal to true. So usually it takes few minutes for us to update the authentication part, local auth. While it is updating, I will just explain why it is not a recommended way to use the key authentication here. Because for key authentication, you will have to store the key in your client application. So whenever you store a key in a client application and you are versioning the code and sorry. Yeah, sorry. So whenever you are versioning the code and committing into a version control services like a GitHub, you'll be storing the keys as well accidentally there. So that's like a potential chance for the key to be exposed to public if the repository is a public repository. I think it's taking some time to complete the execution. Let's explain the, okay, yeah, it's completed now. So we just execute the previous command where we see earlier the value of disable local auth were true. Now it is updated to false. Let's go back to the connection. Let's select the option 1 again. And copy the connection string from the portal. That's there under the key section. Copied it and trying to connect it now. So it's still taking some time to reflect the option here. So I'm executing it again. Selecting the option 1. Okay, it's reflecting taking some time to reflect the changes. So we'll proceed with the use of key vault. So here also the key vault option is we can only test once it is enabled. because key vault also where we are just storing the key in the key vault instead of saving it in the code so that it won't leak or the connection string won't get leaked. So just we'll proceed with the managed identity for now. So here we can use an Entra ID or managed identity to access Cosmos DB. So if you select the option 3, it is asking for me to provide the account URI. So account URI, you can find it here in the same plane. Just need it's actually a URL link to the account. So I'm providing that. So it says it authenticated and it retrieved the database details. So you can see that the test database and its metadata details were retrieved. So now I'll just explain how this authentication happened. So we know that Entra ID authentication. Okay, for Entra ID authentication, you need to give or grant access to this account. So since we are using an Azure VM, if you go back to the Azure VM security section, there will be an option called identity. So when you enable this identity, the virtual machines are assigned with a unique identity or principal ID. This principal ID is like a unique ID for this virtual machine. We'll have to provide this Azure VM sufficient permission in the Azure Cosmos DB in order for this VM to execute that or query the DB. So if you look into the managed identity, you can see that I'm using a default credential, and this credential is actually inherited from the VM credential. So coming back to the Azure Cosmos DB, in access control option or IAM option, you have the option to give different roles to different services. So I already have given roles or services to this Cosmos DB for that Azure VM to access this Cosmos DB. But we have like certain roles here, which are general as well as Cosmos DB related roles. So if you need to select a Cosmos DB role here, let's say reader role. And next, here you need to use a managed identity option. So once you select the managed identity option, you can select a member. So it will list down all the identities available. So here this virtual machine is my virtual machine where I have given access to this Cosmos DB via Entra ID. So the access is already given. That's why I was able to access it via Entra ID. So you can view access to these resources from here. It will look for resource access and I have a couple of access into this resource group. So for that, so I have given contributor access, operator access. So I have given my VM resource group, the Cosmos DB operator access. So that is inherited to this Cosmos DB. That's how the VM was able to authenticate. So this managed identity authentication can only be useful if you are using an Azure service. The Azure identity is used here for each services, and in our example, it's actually the virtual machine system assigned identity that we used for providing access to Cosmos DB. You can even opt in for a user assigned identity. You can create a new identity here. It will again provide an object ID or principal ID, and you can use that to provide access to Cosmos DB from Azure VM. Now, the fourth option in here, if you look, it's actually using a service principal. So there are scenarios where you will have to give access to an application which is outside Azure. So managed identity is only possible if the client service is also an Azure service. But if it is not an Azure service, then the system has to provide some alternative option called a service principal. So let me execute the service principal first and see if it is working. So service principal, it's actually creating a username and password for this account so that the client service can use Azure Cosmos DB with the help of a username and password. So you can create a service principal from your app registration, come to your app registration. So you need to select, you need to create a new registration. I have already created a service principal for this Cosmos DB account. So if you go inside, we'll have the details of the application client ID, the directory ID, and the secret details. So secret is actually kind of the password for this service principal. So when you use a service principal, it will ask for the following details. Let's try connecting. So again, we need to go back to the Cosmos DB, copy the resource URI, and selecting the resource URI here. Now you need to provide the service principal client ID. So if you go back to the app registration, inside the app registration service principal, you can see that a client ID is there. You can copy that one. Next, you need to give the service principal client secret. So again, go back here. You can see that client secret is inside here, client certificate. So I'm currently using this client secret. So you just need to create a new client secret. If you are using an existing one, you can just copy the secret value here. It's actually kind of a key that you need to authenticate this service principal. So once you provide that, it will ask for tenant ID. So tenant ID, come back, you need to go back here to the overview. You can see that the default or directory or tenant ID is here in the overview page itself. So what we need to do, we need to copy paste the tenant ID and see if it is working. See, so it is also got authenticator. So if you go back to the code, you can see that it's actually also using tenant ID, client ID, and client secret to create a client for Cosmos DB. And it is actually creating a client with these three values. It's not using the key or local authentication. So let me try and see if that local auth is completed. So let's execute this one again and see. So it says false. Let's try to execute and see if the local authentication is working fine or not. So let's select the option of connection string. Yes. So now with the connection string also, I'm able to retrieve the database details. So the local auth is now disabled. Local auth disabling is now disabled so that you can use the connection string also to connect to Cosmos DB. Another way to use the connection string is using a secure way of keeping the connection string in a Azure Key Vault instead of embedding it in the client code. That's the second option that we are using. Here also we are using Azure Cosmos DB connection string, but instead of giving the connection string directly, we are giving the key vault details so that it will go and fetch the connection string from the key vault, and we don't need to save any connection string in the client application. So for us to give the key vault details, you need to go to the key vault. You need to create a new key vault, and once you created a key vault, you will have the vault URI. So the first option it is asking us to give us the vault URI. I'm just copying and pasting the vault URI here. It's then asking me to give the secret name that I'm using for this connection. So that secret details are under the object secrets. So you can see that so when you want to keep a secret, like connection string as a key secret, you just need to click on generate. It actually allow you to give a name to the secret and a value where you can keep the secret, or the connection string in this case can set a activation date and expiration date and everything, so that the secret will be active only for a particular duration. So I'm just copying the current secret that I'm using where my connection string is saved. So I'm copying the secret. So it's actually able to retrieve the data from the secret. Connection string was retrieved from the secret, and it's actually connecting to the Cosmos DB. Here we can see that the database details test data is retrieved. So in Cosmos DB, you can see all these data details from here, from Data Explorer. So once you click on the Data Explorer, it actually show you the details of the database, account, collections that all are available in there. So I think, yeah. So another option for which is critical when we think about security is the use of monitoring. So under monitoring in Cosmos DB, we have different options. The first one is insights. It's actually give insights to all the metrics available for this Cosmos DB account. So you'll have the total requests that is hitting to the account, the data and the index usage of the account. If there is any throttling, meaning there is any overutilization of resources, or any what is the current utilization. So my DB is mostly idle. That's why it's very flat, very zero usage. Whenever I try to hit few requests now, it just went to 10% and it's back to zero. You can configure alerts for this one. So you just say, for example, if you want to see that someone is making changes to the key rotation, that kind of data plane or control plane operations, you can create an alert, can set up an alert here from here. So, or if you want to see in detail metrics like the request details, account created and everything, that one also options are here. Can just go to the metrics tab, select the database scope as database name, metrics name, then select the metrics that you want to use. And another option is to enable additional logging. So if you go to the diagnostic settings, you can enable additional logging for your account. So you just need to create a diagnostic settings here. In edit settings, you can see that I have enabled for these loggings, and every logs are sent to my log analytics workspace. So once you send the logs to the log analytics workspace, you can go to these logs. There you can, so I'm currently trying to see what were the operations that run on my DB. This is actually something called a Custo query or KQL query. It's actually a query language used for querying large set of data. Here you can see that there were multiple operations that were trying to reach to this DB. So I'm just selecting few columns here only for my test purpose. You can see that I had two Python instance that was connecting to this DB, and all from the same IP, which is actually my client IP. And the Python version that I'm using, all the version details, everything is here. But if you want, there are additional logs and everything that is captured here. So if you want to see what are the columns that are captured for this table, can expand it here. All the column details and everything are available for this monitoring purpose. Or coming back to the diagnostic settings, if you want to send it to any third-party solutions or in even hub or storage, you have that options to enable it here. So yeah, so that's all from my side regarding the topic that we are planning to cover. I think it's already to 120 minutes, 1 hour 20 minutes. So I don't want to take much more time. So all these were the topics I was planning to cover today.
Okay.
Let me know if you guys have any questions here.
Yes. Now, thank you, sir. And now, yeah, we have a question, sir. I'll just
Yeah,
have
sure.
the mic.
Good evening, sir. Sir, actually, my doubt is that in case of scenario that we are using Cosmos DBs in Azure,
Mm-hmm.
we need a certain number of access to the team. Like we have a development team, we need certain number of access to them separately. Is it
Mm-hmm.
possible that creating a group and giving access to the group will share the access to all the group inside members?
Yes, that's thank you for that question. That's a wonderful question. Let me share the screen. So with the Entra ID, you can create a group. You can create a group and then you can add people to that group. Let me share my screen. Let me know once you guys are able to see my screen. Okay, let me use this one. So in Azure, we have something called Microsoft Entra. It's actually AID authentication. So here you can see that on the left side under manage, you have something called a group. So here you can create a new group. In new group, you can just opt in what kind of your group that you are using, that you are looking for, security group, group details and everything, every name you can give. Once you create a group, you can add people to that group. So there will be users to that group as well as there will be, I don't have any, okay, I don't have a group already created. Let me see. Okay, these are all internal group. So there will be, in a way, you can create a group. And once you create a group, you can give access like a reader access or writer access to that group using this object ID instead of the managed identity I shown earlier for the Azure VM. And you just need to add people to that group as a user. So instead of providing this access to one person, let me see if I have some, okay, I think these are other tenant users, so I'm not able to create. So like this way, you can create a group. Once you create a group, inside you can, since I am the admin, you can see that I'm the admin here, my details are here. But if you want to give permission for multiple people, say for example, dev team need development permissions, whereas administrator team need admin permissions, you can just add members in here with their Entra ID. And once you add members here, you just need to give permissions for this group alone. So instead of here, you can see an object ID is created for this group, right? So that similar way how I was able to give permission for my Azure VM, you can assign a role to this object ID for this group. Once that is assigned, all the members of that group will have access to that Cosmos DB. I hope I was able to give you a clear picture on your question. Let me know if you have any further question or you need to add something on that.
Sir, apart from security question, I have one more doubt, sir.
Yeah, sure.
It was like a means Cosmos DB for Mongo. So if MongoDB query using API, something like running MongoDB inside Cosmos DB, or it is just transferring the means query by using API engine, sir.
Okay, so that's like in depth to the backend of the Cosmos DB. So Cosmos actually it's like a distributed system that's in the backend structure. So for all those APIs other than the native NoSQL, right? There is actually engine that converts the, say for example in the MongoDB one, it actually converts the MongoDB queries to the native query, and then it is getting executed at the backend.
Okay, sir.
But from a user perspective, they never knows this one because they can make use of the existing MongoDB compatible queries without much thought about how it is happening at the backend.
So that does means it is similar to Amazon RDS.
Same. It's like a translation layer happening in between.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any more doubts? Okay, all fine with offline participants. I move on to online participants. If you have got any doubts, please unmute yourself and speak up. Okay, sir. I think it's almost clear. So
Yes,
thank you, sir, for your.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that. We delve into critical aspects of implementing scalable NoSQL solutions and enhancing cloud security. And it was indeed a great session. So, this extensive experience in data analytics, cloud infrastructure, and deep expertise in Azure Cosmos DB, your session provided us with both strategic and technical depth. Your innovative approach and commitment to excellence were truly inspiring and bridging the gap between academia and industry. We hope for more in your futures. So, anyway, thanks from our team, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, team, for this opportunity, for providing me the opportunity to have or conduct a session here. And it was a lovely audience, and I think there was constructive questions as well. So if you guys want to have a one-on-one session or call, can reach out to me in LinkedIn. I'm happy to connect and expand my knowledge. I just didn't prepare. Okay, let me share the LinkedIn details in the chat so that anyone who are interested to connect in LinkedIn can reach out to me.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. We'll be very happy. You can.
Yeah, sure. So,
you can share your screen.
okay, let me share the screen then. I think that's also.
Or chat is fine, sir. No issue.
I have shared the link to my LinkedIn account in the chat. Let
That's
me
fine.
know if you.
That's fine, sir.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
So thank you for joining the session. I'm wishing you a lovely day ahead for everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
So, with this session, we are coming to a conclusion of you all to join tomorrow. Okay. Till then, be happy, be energetic, and spread learning. Thank you.